Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to sittings of the Senate. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the Senate first obtained. Public business. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I will say, as we have always said, one day backer is still backer. So if you are here, you are here, and we have no concerns about your management of the chamber, and therefore we were a little surprised at your indication this morning. Busha. Let's wait and see. The intention today, Mr. President, on the public business is to address the Natural Resources Conservation Authority Amendment Act 2025 and the Wildlife Protection Amendment Act 2025. And then Senator Hill will take the Income Tax Amendment Act 2025, and then we'll proceed with the State of the Nation debate. We'll move the relevant motion thereafter for the continuation of the debate, but we now start with the first two named bills. Mr. President, and it is of course intended to take both bills together because the nature of the amendments and the bills is such that they are complementary and easily debated together. Mr. President, the NRCA is, however, the country's principal environmental legislation. Section 3 of the Act establishes the NRCA, that is the authority itself, and its functions are essentially to take such steps as are necessary for the effective management of the physical environment of Jamaica so as to ensure the conservation, protection, and proper use of natural resources. It's supplemented by the Wildlife Protection Act, which is more limited in its scope, but which provides for the protection of certain wild animals, birds, fish, and for other matters relating thereto and connected therewith. Both pieces of legislation are administered by NEPA, by the National Environmental and Planning Agency, and again, you understand the complementarity, which is why they are being debated together. Mr. President, over the last 2 decades, there has been an increase in the number of environmental offenses, and this has been globally as well as locally. They have the potential, and we all are aware that here in Jamaica, they have the potential to bring dangerous consequences. They weaken our natural defenses against hurricanes, for example, in respect of mangroves and coastal resources, and they compromise livelihoods. In the example of pollution and effluence, they compromise fish sources and freshwater sources in respect of our rivers, and are hugely disruptive in nature. And for this reason, and for these reasons, in fact, the government has been deeply concerned by these offenses, and so too have been many citizens and stakeholders, of course, including the opposition. In response to these deepening environmental offenses, the government, through the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, in collaboration with NEPA, has embarked on a comprehensive program to strengthen the country's environmental policy and legislative frameworks. Those before us today, Mr. President, will be debated in more detail, but allow me to just share that the government has been taking several approaches to address the issue from all angles. The NEPA has, for example, instituted a number of intervention measures to bolster its monitoring and enforcement regime in fostering a culture of compliance with environmental laws. And some of these measures have included the development of a special monitoring list based on specific criteria, which includes those facilities and developments identified as requiring more.
Wow, I can pick up my car, customize my payments, include my trade, and get approved right here.
For the bauxite and alumina industry. And these partnerships, again, allow for an enhanced and more joined-up monitoring framework, including several regulatory agencies in providing the necessary oversight for specific industries, sectors, and developments. And thirdly, for example, again, the expansion of NEPA's monitoring activities through the conduct of its environmental wardens program on the ground. So while solid waste, for example, has its environmental wardens that are more responsible for keeping communities clean, the NEPA's environmental wardens include, for example, recently trained about 30 river wardens that are responsible for monitoring the Rio Cobre. So they're pulled from communities along the trajectory of the river, and they have been trained in taking water samples even and generally monitoring ways in which they can become aware if there's a problem before it becomes too serious. And of course, it ensures community engagement and buy-in because they have a greater understanding of not only of the challenges, but of their ability. They are empowered to be a part of corrective processes where necessary and preventing circumstances which are damaging from becoming even more so. So NEPA has been taking these efforts more broadly. And I share these initiatives because they complement the legislative improvements that are before us today to collectively or in aggregate ensure more effective enforcement and deterrence. Because of course, as the majority of the changes that are contained in these bills are largely increases in penalties and fines, you recognize that of course increasing the penalties does have a deterrent factor, but it will have the most effective deterrent factor if also twinned with more effective monitoring and enforcement. So both the NRCA and the Wildlife Protection Acts provide for penalties and custodial sentences and for breaches of their provisions. However, everyone concerned, government, opposition, citizens, stakeholders, everyone is agreed that the penalties under the current legislation are outdated and ineffective. Since the NRCA was enacted in 1991, for example, it has never been amended. And while the Wildlife Protection Act has been amended, the fines were only last updated in 1998. This update under the Wildlife Protection Act, for example, well, let me just say that in respect of the I think, most known clause under this, that is the protection of waters containing fish from trade effluent, for example, one that causes us all deep concern. And Section 18, which is the clause about persons found to be offending. They provide for fines of $100,000 in the first respect and $40,000. So even though they were amended in 1998, more recently than 91, the truth is that they are similarly woefully inadequate. Mr. President, they clearly therefore don't act as deterrents to non-compliance. Furthermore, the imposition of criminal sanction, element of criminality, is a serious and key element of the regulatory toolkit to foster compliance, and that applies to corporate as well as individual persons, recognizing that the corporate deterrent, of course, being financial, well, they respond to both, but the financial incentive for them is also greater, which we deal with a little later. Mr. President, this is why, recognizing the deficiency in the legislation is why Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Prime Minister and Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation, in his budget presentation for 24-25, indicated from then that the penalties under both acts would be increased, and those are the bills that come before us today. It was clear and clearly stated then from the budget presentation that they were being increased and the improvements were being made to the act to serve as a deterrent to the commission of the prescribed offenses and to more adequately address the gravity of the offenses, which have always been appreciated by the government. Mr. President, the amendments before us anticipate that both the fines and custodial sentences, where they exist, will be updated and increased. The maximum fine prescribed for an individual in both circumstances is prescribed, that is under both bills, is $5 million. which is up, as you're here, from as low as, well, lower than 40, but 40 in the case of the Wildlife and Protection Act. And under both pieces of legislation, one of the more significant improvements is that a body corporate that commits an offense will be liable on indictment and conviction in a circuit court to a fine. That is the new language. So going through, you'll find that well, let me not go into all the details now, but certainly the ability to make the fine at large before the circuit court for corporate bodies, rather than going before an RM court on summary, is a massive change to the disincentive, or rather the incentive to budget for regulatory breach, which is not unheard of in corporate entities, and that is not an accusation being made levied against any particular Jamaican company, but in regulating and in regulation and developing regulatory frameworks, the issue of incentive and disincentive for individuals and bodies corporate must always be at the forefront of policy and drafting. So now, instead of the maximum fine being before RM court and being governed by those limits, now a body corporate shall, where found liable, be brought before circuit court, and the judge will have the opportunity to calculate based on how egregious the offenses, the evidence provided regarding damage caused, environmental valuations, expert evidence that can, of course, share a greater, have greater impact on larger consequences for offending. And this is one of the most significant ways in which the acts ensure that the judicial system, the justice system, will be able to ensure that environmental crimes, that the punishment fits the crime. And of course, Mr. President, the details of the offenses and penalties under both bills are outlined in the schedules. Both bills create schedules which now simplify and expand the delineation of offenses, and they also change the language of the offenses themselves in certain respects where they have been deficient. They also modernize the language. So, for example, in wildlife, where the general language throughout is shall be guilty of and brought before a resident magistrate, if brought before, now simply speaks to it shall be an offense, and then there's a provision provided for what the consequences of an offense shall be under the Act. Mr. President, it is anticipated that these increased penalties, together with the improved enforcement mechanisms, will ensure more effective management and protection of our environment. I won't go through all of the clauses, won't go through through every clause in the clause by clause, as I am quite sure that colleagues have read both bills given their length and given the interest that we all have in matters environmental. But I will, of course, indicate clause 1, as usual, the short title and construction, and it may be read and construed as one with the NRCA Act. Clause 2 amends section 9, and it deletes the word license, which had actually caused some dissonance in the interpretation of the clause, which otherwise only refers to permits. And this is the all-important permitting clause within the NRCA, which requires entities to seek a permit to undertake certain action which may have environmental impacts. Clause 3 amends section 10, which is a clause that deals with environmental impact assessments. And again, here it's really just speaks to persons who fail to submit an EIA as required, commit an offense. So it just simplifies the language. Again, for ease of enforcement, clause 4 amends section 12, which is the one which deals with the discharge of effluents or polluting matter. And again, the only section of that clause or subsection of that, the only subsection which is being amended is the one which states that a person who contravenes any provision within the subsection commits an offense. Again, it's just making the language more general so that the catch-all clause regarding the penalty for offenses or for offenses which have not otherwise been specified will apply. Similarly, in respect of Clause 5, which amends Section 13, and this is the section which deals with cessation orders and enforcement of cessation orders. This amendment here makes sure that there's a more effective enforcement mechanism in respect of where someone refuses to abide by a cessation order. And Section 14 is amended by Clause 6 just to delete the word "and" because of drafting. It doesn't change the operation of the clause in any way. Clause 7 addresses Section 15 of the Act, which deals with agricultural practices which have a polluting effect, and the issuance of notices. Again here, the amendment is only to ensure that the language states that someone who fails to comply commits an offense. Clause 8 deals with Section 16 of the Act, and again, this is about ensuring that the language of an offense, the language uses, is that someone who obstructs an authority or a person authorized, that they commit an offense, and it removes its existence as a continuing offense, which is something that has been taken out throughout the bills in alignment with modern drafting practice. Section 17 is another one of the clauses that improves the enforcement mechanisms because this is a clause that deals with the power of the authority to require information for monitoring purposes. And here it makes quite clear the person who refuses to allow the authority or the relevant agent of the authority to obtain this information or refuses to provide information for monitoring purposes where the authority thinks that there may be pollution occurring, that now becomes an offense. And again, becoming an offense, it's subject now to this larger body of penalties in respect of the body corporate being submitted to the circuit court, and of course the maximum increase of the fine in respect of individuals. Mr. President, Clause 10 deals with Section 18, again in respect of enforcement notices, and here it is again that the offense provision is being redrafted in a way that allows the general catch-all clause to apply. And Clause 11, which deals with Section 20, again also deals with persons who assault or obstruct authorized persons of the authority in the execution of their duty, again making it an offense. Mr. President, the Clause 12 creates the amendment to Section 32, which is the clause that refers to the overarching power of the NRCA in respect of offenses which may not otherwise be identified or captured in any clause under this Act or otherwise. So it is a broad where there's no specific offense in respect of an environmental matter. Section 32 gives the broad overarching power of the authority to take action. And here, again, enforcement is being strengthened by ensuring that the penalty for obstructing anyone who is taking a measure in respect of these, of such contravention of the Act or contravention of the authority of the NRCA, that the penalties for their offense will be greater. Clause 13 addresses Section 38, subsection 3, which again is about expanding the maximum penalty, and here it moves from $50,000 and imprisonment for 2 years, not exceeding 2 years, and it moves to the maximum of $5 million, and in default of payment of such fine, imprisonment for a period not exceeding 5 years. So there's a significant strengthening there, Mr. President, and we anticipate that to have the requisite impact. Clause 14 deals with, or rather creates a new 38A, which is where we get the insertion of the new third schedule, setting out and defining the offenses, very specifically, particularly modern language, and the offenses, or rather the fines, the penalties under column 3, and on the column 4, the maximum term of imprisonment where imprisonment applies. And here they are aligned, Mr. President, with the maximum of $5 million. Otherwise, for smaller offenses, a maximum of $1 million and $3 million, depending on the particular offense. Mr. President, in respect of the wildlife...
Madam, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just before you go on to the other bill, would you just permit me? We are joined by His Excellency Mr. Joshi, the Indian High Commissioner, who paid a visit to the Senate this morning. I don't have to tell you about the importance of the relationship between our two countries. And he was pointing out that they celebrate the 180th anniversary of the arrival of the first Indians to Jamaica. So I just crave your indulgence to allow me to introduce him to the Senate and to acknowledge his presence here. Thank you. Sorry to have interrupted you.
Not at all, Mr. President. If I were to be interrupted for any reason, this would certainly be a good reason to be interrupted. Welcome, High Commissioner. It's always a pleasure to see you. Thank you for your interest in conveying more information about the important relationship between our countries to the President. And we look forward very much to celebrating with you on Sunday. Absolutely, as we celebrate Republic Day. Thank you very much. Thank you for being present with us. Appreciate it. Mr. President, the Wildlife Protection Act is less lengthy than the NRCA and more easily summarized in terms of its amendments. I will state that Clause 1, of course, ensures that the Act is read and construed as one with the Wildlife Protection Act. And just I can signal that Minister Samuda has indicated that there will ultimately be a repeal and replace of this Act in order to allow us to accede to the SPA Treaty. I know that was not intentional. So the SPA Treaty, which I know at least Senator Fraser-Binns is interested in. And it's been long outstanding for us to be able to ratify our participation in that convention. But because wildlife protection doesn't include flora, it's going to have that in to have the appropriate biodiversity scope in order for us to comply. So this is the first arm to ensure enforcement while we include all the relevant aspects to allow us to ratify. So I know that's something that will be a good day to celebrate and a good marker of progress. So here in this limited bill, Mr. President, before us, Section 2 makes just a few amendments, updating the language of the bill for alignment with other legislation the Senate has passed. So the meaning of vehicle, for example, the meaning of aircraft, in accordance with Civil Aviation Authority and Road Traffic Act, respectively, and of course by appropriately identifying, defining, and locating the exclusive environmental zone for the purposes of the application of the Act in modern times. Mr. President, the Act makes the changes which I referred to earlier in respect of the inclusion of a schedule, a third schedule in this context, which now, a fourth schedule, pardon me, which includes the definition of offenses, column 3, again, with fines, and column 4, with maximum terms of imprisonment. The matter of bodies corporate going before the circuit court also follows through, and in the individual fines also being relevant, having the limit of 5 million also present. Just want to highlight that the regulation making power that's provided for under Section 14 and the failure, or rather the provision of the maximum penalty, those are both in the same section and therefore dealt with by Clause 5. Again, you would see here that the matter goes from $100,000 to $5 million in terms of maximum, and imprisonment again from 2 years to 5 years. Again, supplementing the matter of enforcement, the offenses in respect of matters like the power of that refusing to allow a fisheries inspector to enter property where he believes that an offense may be being conducted, that again is amended and addressed in this bill for effectiveness, and its enforcement by a constable, also addressed by Clause 7, which addresses the general offenses provided for under Section 18. Mr. President, Clause 8 amends Section 20, which addresses the issue of the schedule of offenses, the fourth schedule, as well as the action to be taken against bodies corporate. Mr. President, I think that it is quite clear that, again, recognizing that we are indeed all agreed that these offenses have long required, or the offenses under these acts have long required updating, and it is a good thing that the Senate is today charged with updating them meaningfully and in a way that they will serve as deterrents to the commission of the prescribed offenses, and also reflect the gravity of the offenses, especially when twinned with how they are also being included in respect of enforcement clauses in the bills. So, Mr. President, I'm confident that we all will see that these amendments are necessary and appropriate, and therefore look forward to other members' contributions as we undoubtedly support the passage of these bills. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Minister.
President.
Senator Fraser-Binns.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are some bills, when they come to the Senate, really need for the other side to say, we agree. And this is one such bill. Minister, on this side, we stand in full support of the proposed amendments to the Wildlife Protection Act and the NRCA Act. Indeed, I agree with you that they have been long in coming, but the time is here, and we stand in full support of these amendments. Minister, there is just two things I want to say. One is that I note the increase for bodies corporate, and whereas we are not saying that pollution does not take place by individuals, the truth is that when one looks at the type of corruption, the type of pollution that has taken place and the persons who have been accused of these they're generally bodies corporate. And I think by putting the penalty at 10 million, it is sending a message. It is sending a message, sorry, yeah, that is the upper limit. It is sending a strong message that together we are serious about the protection. And note I say together, we are serious about the protection of the environment. I want to find out when will it come into effect. And finally, that we commence a process of public education, just so persons become more aware, because I believe that
sometimes purchases are more than just purchases. They're what makes our home feel like home. Let us transform your home with 12-month 0% financing with approved credit. At Quantum Floors, we're here to inspire you to help select the perfect floor. Whether it's one room or an entire house, we're here to help. For more details, please stop into one of our showrooms today to help select the right floor for your budget.
Where can you find a $19.99 meal that can feed 4 people or family?
You get 8 pieces of chicken, you get 24 ounces of beans and 20 ounces of rice. So absolutely it's special.
Nothing is made coming frozen, nothing is in a package.
Hands down, there's nothing else that beats it.
The $19.99 original family meal is delicious. It's a lot of food and everybody loves it.
Pollo tropical. Le vas a chupar los dedos.
Thank you for this opportunity to contribute to this, another very important piece of legislation. I will start by saying that, it is recognized the value of our environment. And I'm really very happy that this is definitely one of those spaces, Senator Fraser-Binns, that there's no contention. And especially within the presence of our children who are here with us today for this effort to be recognized in this way. Mr. President, the right to the environment and the presence of a clean space is actually a constitutional protection of ours. And so these efforts by the government to raise these fines and elevate it to the Supreme Court level for these bodies corporate for compliance, I very much welcome. And I want to just also take the opportunity to also bring awareness. When I went through the legislation, Clause 411D came to mind, and I actually questioned the vulnerability of persons who are not body corporate in terms of oftentimes when you're driving past a river or you go to the river, you see persons who are washing their clothes or persons who may be, doing some sort of small application to enhance their lifestyle somehow. And as is, there might be some vulnerability to those individuals. I am asking that we especially put a public relations campaign, education, that is geared towards the protection of the environment, but also educating persons as to how to safely use these rivers, especially as they go about their daily lives. It's not a matter that we want to stop it. We know what the phosphates can do in some of the detergents and how it can affect algae growth and so forth. But perhaps these environmental wardens, the river wardens, Minister Camino, they could be brought in to specifically educate, especially the individuals who live locally around the rivers, as to how to perhaps do a catchment thing where they take the water out of the river and wash the clothes on the side and not necessarily put the detergent in the river itself. I just want to bring that point across, Mr. President. The other, because this is about our very precious commodity of our water supply and rivers. Jamaica is a land of wood and water. And with where we're going globally, and we recognize concerns around water supply, et cetera, we have to do as much as we can to preserve these spaces. One of the other issues that I hope that especially these river wardens could probably help to address is the garbage that sometimes collect at these river spaces. As you go there and you're engaging in the space, there's usually a lot of garbage. Can we put some more garbage receptacles? Can we teach and educate persons, especially a specific campaign around this? It is not just about the bodies corporate who affect this environment, and what we can do is teach persons who are utilizing this space to maintain it. And Mr. President, lastly, just in my little bit of research, maybe some of these bodies corporate could be incorporated into helping to preserve a preservation process. Because one of the things that helps to preserve our rivers is planting trees and doing environmental adjustments that are positive. So when you plant lots of very heavy-rooted grass or trees, it actually preserves the river and maintains it for as best as possible longevity. And so, Mr. President, my contribution is one, to celebrate the fact that we're taking it to this level, but also to emphasize that very significant public education campaign that I think we need to really, really put significant effort behind in terms of ensuring that persons who are using the rivers are using them properly, but also to educate them about the consequences of this piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Longmore. And I fix up our chair. Senator Abka-Fitzenley.
Thank you, sir. I rise to indicate that I'm in full support of the bills which propose to amend the Natural Resource Conservation Authority Act and the Wildlife Protection Act, which are now before this Parliament. I note that in general, the bills propose to increase fines and update custodial sentences, and it also seeks to modernize the legal framework for environmental management in Jamaica. The proposal for the maximum fines for some offenses under the NRCA Act and the Wildlife Protection Act, to my mind, is a step in the right direction. At the heart of some pieces of legislation which propose to impose custodial sentences or fines is to act as a deterrent. I'm heartened at this increase, and I'm optimistic that this increase will go some way towards acting as a deterrent to people, individuals, or companies which might be minded to breach our environmental protection laws. I don't think there is any question, sir, that the prescribed fines outlined in the draft legislation that's before us today are more proportionate to the offenses compared to what existed before. I believe this legislation was last amended approximately a decade and a half ago. The amendments which we propose to make today are indeed timely. I'm heartened as well that the bill does not propose to trespass on the discretionary power of members of the judiciary, who, when these amendments are passed, will have ample space to apply penalties according to the severity of the environmental crime. You see, sir, there was a time in the 1990s, in the early 2000s, certainly between 2016 and 2012, where I'm of the view that environmental protection was treated as a back burner issue, and one that presents itself as a potential annoyance to the process of national development and an impediment to the goal of getting our economy to expand by more sizable margins. I'm confident that a series of actions taken by this administration, including the move to amend the NRCA Act and the Wildlife Protection Act, reiterate that this administration does not believe in merely giving lip service to protecting the environment, but we are taking tangible action in support of this noble cause. On the matter of environment, sir, it is worth noting that it's the administration of Prime Minister Andrew Holness that declared approximately 80,000 hectares of the cockpit country as protected, a matter that was discussed for decades upon decades upon decades. I distinctly recall as well that it is this administration that abandoned what appeared to be plans to cause prospecting licenses to be issued for the cockpit country. It is good to note that it is this administration that also moved to impose a plastic ban to demonstrate how serious we are in treating with the matter of protecting the environment. The administration has also moved to pass approximately 14 forestry orders, bringing Jamaica beyond the approximately 30% mark that the UN prescribes for protected areas. I recall as well, sir, when I was in media, there was talk about development, commercial development on the Goat Islands. A lot of talk about it. And a former cabinet minister in the PNP administration said to myself and a colleague that the administration would consult as widely as possible. They won't be accused of not appearing to consult. But he said Goat Island would happen. Yes, that's what he said. And that plays into a sort of sentiment that, you know, potential buildings or commercial development can create jobs. And why are environmentalists making a big deal of Too Little Lizard? I recall that being said when the whole idea of Goat Island development was being actively pursued by the erstwhile PNP administration. I am proud, sir, to be part of an administration which recognizes that the issue of environmental protection is not merely about lip service, and it's way more nuanced, and that we have taken a series of credible legislative steps to show that we value the protection of the environment. I recall as well that when the current administration came to office on the matter of environment, there was discussion among the former administration, the former executive, about a coal plant in St. Elizabeth. And I could go on and on and on concerning legislative steps taken by this administration to protect the environment. Indeed, sir, I believe it's a fair statement to say that no administration in the history of independent Jamaica can test or has a more credible track record at protecting the environment than the administration of Prime Minister Andrew Holmes. And that, sir, is because the Prime Minister and Minister Matthew Somuda, who they have a grasp of the issues, and they understand that for the sake of current and future generations, whether human, flora, or fauna, an investment in environmental protection is one that we cannot afford not to make. And before I close, I'd encourage our partners in corporate Jamaica, including stakeholders in the mining and bauxite industry, to understand that there can be no prosperity steeped in pollution. And no sustainable economic development can be achieved by way of environmental degradation. I strongly encourage our partners in the private sector, and in particular in the bauxite and alumina industry, to appreciate this fact. It is in that brief context, sir, that I support passage of the bill which is before us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fitzgerald. Senator Brown.
President, thank you. I'm going to be batting later, but I must, since Senator Fitzgerald intervened, must use my knowledge of history to tell him that the first government to include a portfolio on environment was the Michael Manley government of 1972. To show serious we were and decide about, and are still about the environment, the Most Honorable Portia Simpson Miller appointed a Minister of Climate Change, and they scoffed at it. We soon tell you later on. He didn't import ice, that's for sure, we know. But Mr. President, we are concerned about the secret deal by NEPA with a private sector company, read the pollution in the recovery. We are concerned about the denigration of the Falmouth mangroves to facilitate the building of a gas station by a connected party. And we took into account the concerns of the people of Portmore in putting the Portmore highway, leg of the highway, something that they oppose, and we ensure that the mangroves were replanted and they're growing. Let us stop playing politics where politics is not necessary. Senator Abka, Fitzhenley, both sides have had errors on the environment. Both sides have worked to improve the environment. We're not going to make any big thing about special mining lease 173. We're not going to do that. The reality is this country, oftentimes, like all countries, have to make a choice. In fact, Senator Hill, your favorite U.S. politician is drill, baby, drill. Your favorite politician in the U.S. is about drill, baby, drill in environmental protective areas. Mr. President, I just simply said to Mr. Parliamentary Secretary Fitzhenley, I know you have to speak because you have been paid to do that. But the reality is, let's recognize that there's balance needed on the environment. May it please you, Mr. President. And I yield and reserve for the rest of my State of the Nation presentation.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the first thing that I wish to do, and I thank Senator Fraser-Binns for her very positive presentation, and I do take very good note of the fact that she could have been a lot more expansive because her passion for this area is authentic. It's an authentic one, and there's much that she and Senator Samuda, former Senator Samuda, Minister Samuda, agree and have in fact consulted and collaborated on in the addressing of these issues. This is not to say, however, that what Senator Fitzhenley said in respect of the primacy of this administration in the implementation of real change in the management of the environment is not true. We have done a lot. We have protected orders. We have, in respect of forestry, in respect of our maritime territory, our the achievement of our NDCs and what we have been doing generally to protect the environment has really been commendable. And therefore, I must say that, that it is a matter that is worth emphasizing. And it is a matter of fact and a matter of record. But I do want to clarify a point of fact. Senator Fraser-Binns, an earlier version of the act had intended, of the bills rather, had intended to limit corporate liability to 10 million, but it is now at large. In the bill that was passed in the lower house, when it went through LegCom, you may have seen an early bill during the consultative process, but during the legislative committee and review process by cabinet, what was agreed was that the Supreme Court would be at large in defining the ultimate penalty that a body corporate would have to pay. So it is not limited to 10 million. It is in fact at large. And that, I think, it sends the biggest possible signal to corporate entities that we're serious about environmental crime. So I wanted to make that point clear because even as you speak about it as well, I know it's something that you would recognize and promote. On the matter of public education, which both yourself and Senator Longmore mentioned, this is in fact, will be done, meaning the ministry will undertake and NEPA will undertake a public education campaign in respect of the act, the new acts and the new offenses, as not so new offenses as clarified, but the new penalties, that those will be clarified and shared with the committee, with the communities and with the country at large. There will be an island-wide public education campaign. But also I wanted to clarify that the river wardens of which I spoke earlier are charged with educating their communities about proper use of the rivers. It's not only monitoring and testing, which were examples that I mentioned, but they are responsible for cleanliness and for teaching proper use teaching proper use in their communities. And again, the individuals are taken from the communities. So there's ownership and buy-in and genuine care for getting things better, having shared new information and educated and empowered people in these roles. There's also to be a river unit created within NEPA. And the policy has been approved for that, and advertisements have actually been published in respect of personnel to actually start to populate, because we recognize the importance, and we do continue to protect mangroves. We've protected approximately 45 hectares of mangroves and continue to do more, both in international partnerships, through UN, through particular programs with the UK, as well as through pure national budgeting. And we have recently approved in Cabinet the National Mangrove and Swamp Management Plan, which will allow for even more effective and greater replanting, because we recognize their importance to coastal retention. There will also be a freshwater and swamp policy. That is, the drafting of that has started, and that is important work again. Just recognize that there's so much to do in the environment as our knowledge improves and as we continue to implement best practices, being committed very much to making sure that we do all that we can in respect of creating a better Jamaica. Also, because I know that he will have a long run-up and stance at the wicket, I just want to mention that in respect of the other matter raised by Senator Brown, I just want to make it clear for the record of this chamber that Minister Samuda had spoken to that matter, and not only did the relevant chairman resign, but our government, through minister, made quite clear that we did not believe that the matter had been handled in an appropriate way with the requisite levels of transparency, and that there was an insistence that the company involved take corrective action, and the cleanup and restoration efforts which were conducted under the guidance of NEP.
I can tell that she has a great sense of humor, but she hasn't told me a joke yet. A career is
that we are not here speaking words. We are serious about the environment and its protection, and that therefore should be a matter of record. There are things on which we agree, but there are things on which we are not the same, and our records are not the same. And while you have taken certain actions, we have taken certain substantive actions as well, but far more extensive than had been done before. Things are a matter of record, so we shouldn't, and we don't have to be aggressive or offensive about it. They're simply true. And that is, there are differences between us. Mr. President, I'm asking for second reading of the bill, and that the matter be put before committee.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thanks for those who contributed. The question is that the bill be read for a second time. Those in favor? Against?
An act to amend the Natural Resource Conservation Authority Act, read a second time, and also an act to amend the Wildlife Protection Act, read a second time.
The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider both bills, clause by clause.
Mr. President, might I ask, given that there is likely to be little disagreement, while both bills have to be taken separately, is it possible to take segments in en bloc, to approve en bloc? Thank you.
That's an original idea, Minister. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me deal first of all. Thank you very much, Minister. Let me deal first of all with an act to amend the Natural Resource Conservation Authority Act, and I'll take clauses. 1 minute, let me just deal with this. Yes. I'll take clauses 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Those in favor? Against? I'll take clause 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. I'll take clause 15. Those in favor? Ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Ayes have it. There's a schedule here, eh? 15 involves the schedule, right? The Minister, I thought I overheard you, but 15 involves the amendment to the schedule. I'm going to deal with now the amendment to the Wildlife Protection Act. And I'll put clauses 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Those in favor? Against? I put clauses 6, 7, 8, and 9. Those in favor? Ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Ayes have it. The question is that I do report both bills as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. Thank you. I do report the bill as having passed committee. I do report both bills as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favor? Ayes have it. Minister? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as I ask for third reading of the bill, might I just point out that there are two printing errors. One is in the title of the NRCA Act, which should have an S at the end of resource. So it's National Resources Conservation Authority. It's not an amendment. It's just a printing error I'm pointing out for the record. And
the original, the title itself, an act to amend the natural resource.
CIS.
Resources.
Right. And on page 3 of the Wildlife Protection Act, indictment has a spelling error. There's a printing error there. So just indicating for the record and asking for third reading of the bill.
Thank you. The question is that an act to amend the Natural Resources Conservation Act be read for a third time. Those in favor? Against? And an act to amend the Wildlife Protection Act be read for a third time. Those in favor?
An act to amend the Natural Resources Conservation Authority Act read a third time and passed. And an act to also an act to amend the Wildlife Protection Act read a third time and passed.
Is it proposed to do any further business today, Minister?
Mr. President, it is intended to continue the legislative agenda with Senator Hill's piloting of the Income Tax Amendment Act, thank you, and proceeding then with the State of the Nation.
Thank you very much. Minister Hill, you are known beyond this chamber for alacrity, so you can move. You didn't hear that, you know, Senator.
No, I know whatever she said.
No, she said,
nice, Mr.
your
President.
brevity knows no bounds. I'm not so sure about that. Okay, them gone already?
Before you joined?
Sinclair.
You were very late. Mr. President, Today I rise to introduce Income Tax Amendment Act 2020.
Take picture of the picture.
To the Senate. Mr. President, before I go any further, because I know my colleagues across the way are very interested in this. I'd like to move with alacrity, Senator Brown. But there are some things that are so good that they take repeating. So very good that they take repeating. I would suggest that anything that you have that is not worth repeating, you should remove it. But here we go. Mr. President and my colleagues on this side and that side, with strong macroeconomic fundamentals, Jamaica was able to introduce measures aimed at facilitating and enabling trade, reducing administrative inefficiencies, and offsetting the loss in purchasing power to citizens because of global inflationary pressure. The government of Jamaica, in this instance the Andrew Holness administration, has been able to create more fiscal space through the progress made in improving the general macroeconomic conditions and reducing the country's debt. With the available space created and in keeping with the overarching policy agenda, the revenue measures introduced for financial year 2024-2025 by Ministry Paper number 11/24 rather, dated March 12, 2024, aimed to encourage and improve productivity by stimulating investments in renewable energy. The revenue measures also aim to provide support for companies providing trust and corporate services. And Mr. President and my colleagues in the Senate, trust and corporate services is a big part of the future growth of this country. We are clearly never going to be a manufacturer in the range of the United States, China, or Mexico. But we know that we can certainly be a force for good and for bettering Jamaicans by looking at the corporate services activities that are outlined in the trust and corporate services arrangement. We're also looking at low-income earners. You will see this bill looking at that, vulnerable groups such as pensioners. These efforts ensure that the most affected populations receive targeted assistance, reinforcing social equity and reaffirming the fact that the Andrew Holness administration really and truly is a caring government. By creating an enabling fiscal environment through these measures, Mr. President, Jamaica is working to strengthen its economic framework while addressing social and environmental challenges. This balanced approach underscores the government's commitment to fostering economic growth, enhancing equity, and building a more sustainable future. Mr. President, the following measures were introduced as part of this year's budget presentation. As I mentioned, providing trust, a 25% income tax rate for companies providing trust and corporate services. This is important because the companies operating in the financial services sector, especially deposit-taking institutions, are charged a 31% tax rate. In order to encourage 31, the effective rate might be 35. Yes, 33 and a third, effective rate about 35. But these trust entities, Mr. President, are being encouraged to come here for a tax rate of 25%, which is a normal corporate tax rate in Jamaica. We think that's important, and we will expand on that a little bit in a short while. Redemption, the second one is the redemption of the corporate income tax rate for independent power providers, producing 75%. There's a minimum, a floor rate of 75% or more of their energy from wind and or solar, and we're reducing that tax rate from 33.33% to 25%. To 25. And in the third one is increasing the age, that is 65 and over, and pension exemption from 80,000, and this is big, Mr. President, from 80,000 to 250,000 each. The Andrew Holness administration, Senator Bunting, is really a caring government. We're getting to 1.7. Don't rush me. Eh? You will like it when I get there. And how? And here we are, Mr. President. The fourth one is the increase in annual personal income tax threshold from 1.5 million to 1.7. Let me just read it out full, Mr. President. 1,700,088. Mr. President, that's enhancing and expanding the really glorious 1.5 that became enshrined in our brain in 2016 and will never go away. It is a kind of, that could never be done. We were told by them, couldn't be done, can't work. Well, yes, full front page of the newspaper. May have it. May have it. So, Mr. President, that 1.5 which energized Jamaica, when people said it couldn't be done, we didn't just give it to some people, we gave it across the board, but the special beneficiaries were the people who were in the police force, the nurses, the teachers, all benefited from this. And Mr. President, I am so pleased to report they are still benefiting from it. It's the gift that never goes away. Every single year they get the benefit from that 1.7 million. We've raised it, and I'm so happy to say that because it's an outstanding creation that we instituted, and I could spend all day on that, but there's a number 5. Number 5 is an increase in the maximum participating voting share for the junior stock exchange from 500 million to 750 million. Not the thing is a big thing, Mr. President. Yesterday, I went to one of our wonderful banks in the country, and a young executive took me aside and said, I want to really thank the Andrew Holness administration. I heard the press conference by Minister Favour Williams and you last week, where you made it clear that you were raising the 500,000, Minister Williams and myself did, from 500,000 to 750,000. 750 million, sorry, Mr. President. It is so outstanding. They have been asking for it. In other words, what that means is a company can go to the junior stock exchange for up to 750 million, and they get all the tax exemption benefits that existed for 500 million. We've changed it. It's a marvelous thing. It is to encourage, and you will love this, Senator Brown, more companies to employ more people, which may join unions. Yes. Senator Gale, but they will also be earning a lot more money. This government is about making sure we do things that make the economy grow, not just for the rich Tapanaris, but for ordinary Jamaicans who are investing in the junior stock exchange. one of the Tapanaris. Mr. President, I want you to take, no, this is a great deal of fun, but there's something serious here. In 2015, 2014, when we were going through the IMF exercise, that famous exercise where before that time, all people talked about, people who wrote on economics and finance called Jamaica basket case. One of the things that every time Dr. Stein came and subsequently Dr. Ramakrishna came to us to see the leader of the opposition then, will you keep the agreement? Shadow Minister Shaw was there, now Minister Favour Williams, myself, the leader of the opposition, so on. So, we agreed to most everything and have kept them and expanded and gone ahead of them in many instances. There's one thing that we didn't agree with, and it was that the junior stock exchange should be abolished. We absolutely said no. Manayad almost went ballistic. I was writing in the Gleaner. I was the chief financial columnist at the time. I took on the issue. Now Minister Williams was writing also in other newspapers. We made it absolutely clear. And in early 2016, before the February election, then leader of the opposition, Andrew Holness, went to the stock exchange and said, not only will we keep it, we will expand it. And we've done that, and we have just expanded it from 500 million, Mr. President, to 750 million. Go and invest in this junior stock exchange. No taxes up to that period of time. It's a great initiative by the Andrew Holness administration. And even they will have to admit, because this junior stock exchange has increased the amount of money that has been brought into the economy that people could normally get. The bill, Mr. President, the amendments contain, the bill relate to companies providing trust or corporate services. The House is asked to note that the International Corporate and Trust Provision of 2017 in 2021 was amended in 2021 to, among other things, change the name of the Act to the Trust and Corporate Services Providers, TCSP Act, and expand the scope of the legislation to be generally applicable to both international and domestic trust and corporate services providers. The amendments of the Act were in keeping with Jamaica's overall thrust to improve the anti-money laundering, counter-financing and terrorism, AML/CFT framework based on the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force mutual evaluation report on Jamaica in 2017, and allowed for the improvement in the regulatory requirements for providers of trust and corporate service. I want to break that down for you. Just recently, a few weeks ago, Mr. Johnson Smith, you remember, we had the FATF, the Caribbean FATF meeting here in Jamaica, first time ever. One of the good reasons is because a lot of work was done by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where trade comes, the Ministry of Finance, and led by Maureen Sims from the Bank of Jamaica. But a lot of the heavy lifting was done in the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. Why? Simply because it dealt with beneficial ownership. And the Companies Office of Jamaica resides in the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. And I got calls from Minister Clark at the time, and we would work. I remember Minister Johnson Smith and myself went through that entire bill. I can't speak for anybody else, but she and I went through it carefully. Minister of Justice was also involved. Everybody got involved, but we carried it, and the FATF team came here, and when the Secretary General, the senior secretary person from the OCD Secretariat came here to Jamaica, and we met at Jamaica House, they said the Jamaican response to the FATF, being on the FATF grey list, was so comprehensive and so exemplary that they will be using that as a format for other people who are on the grey list or blacklist. That's how good it is, and that's one reason, I'm very sure, Mr. President, that that conference was held in Montego Bay at our new resorts. Not in Montego Bay, in fact, it was in the Grill. A fabulous meeting that we have. The fact of to get that off allowed us to put this act in, the Trust and Corporate Services Providers, TCSP Act, to make sure more of their services can be in Jamaica, to make sure GIFSA, which is something that we're scheduling and moving through the ministry, GIFSA can work. And why? Mr. President, I want you to hear this. Today, Bermuda has a per capita GDP. If you were to divide all the GDP in Bermuda among all your citizens, each citizen would be worth $125,841 US dollars. Bahamas, 35.8 thousand US dollars. Turks and Caicos Islands, 30.3 thousand US dollars. Barbados, 23,000. Trinidad, 20. Guyana, up from about 5 to 20. And Guyana will be above, I'm pretty sure, Bermuda in a short time, because Guyana.
At Harbor Freight, we're committed to keeping our quality high and our prices low. How do we do it? Unlike our competitors, we've managed to cut out the middleman. Our expert engineers work directly with top-of-the-line factories to design and produce our own tools. With Harbor Freight's 75 million satisfied customers, one might question why our competitors choose to inflate their tool costs by relying on middlemen. Guess you'd have to ask them. In the meantime, whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
The per capita GDP that we in Jamaica must have. And since we're not going to be a major manufacturing country like a Mexico or the United States or anybody else of that size, we don't have the size anyway, we have to be services. But look at Cayman. Look at Cayman. Cayman is a small country, 125,000 US dollars as a per capita GDP. So we have to, and Minister Dana Morris-Dixon's here, we're going to have to squeeze a lot more out of our 163 billion budget for education. So we educate our people differently. But above all, we're going to have to focus on building our financial services. Many of the people in Cayman, Turks and Caicos, BVI, there are many Jamaicans. We need to bring them back home to work with us in our financial services sector and make sure we become that place where they will come, and the change in this Trust and Corporate Services Providers Act, Mr. President, and also the fact that the Jamaica International Financial Services Authority, being carried through this ministry with the Ministry of Finance, will come to fruition in a very short part. We did the segregated accounts. Now we have to do the partnership, general and limited partnerships, to make a robust piece of legislation to make sure we can grow in the services. Mr. President, this act is a wonderful piece of legislation. Yes. I don't hear any knock. I'm not hearing. And so, Mr. President, on this as well, as I said, we're going to drop the taxes from 31 1/3% to 25% to make it work. The independent power providers, we mentioned that already. We want to, along with the bill that was mentioned earlier, we want to make sure we have a lot more renewable energy, renewable wind, renewable solar, and we're therefore, if you're doing 75% of your business in renewable, your tax rate is going to drop to 25%. Annual pension and exemption and age relief exemption. Come back to the people who government must help. The people who the Andrew Holness administration have been helping to make sure. And so we look at that what exists now, and we find, Mr. President, we want to provide further protection for this vulnerable group. It is proposed that the Income Tax Act be amended to increase both the annual pension exemption and the annual age relief exemption from Jamaican dollars 80,000 to $250,040 each. This is a major move, and this will result in an additional 2,046 taxpayers falling outside the tax net and the provision of more disposable income to the individuals in receipt of pension. This took place in April 1, 2024. Now, what does this mean, Mr. President? It goes with the philosophy that we have, that we believe Jamaicans can spend their money better than any government, and we spend their money well. So we want to make sure we exempt more people out of this tax bracket so that they can keep more of their income and they can spend it in a way that they see fit, and not some government minister or bureaucrat telling them how to spend their money. So every time we hear that government is going to want to take money that they shouldn't take, you know we'll be over here. Increase in pension exemption, Mr. President, given the effective date in April 1, 2024, for the increase in the pension exemption from 80,000 to 250,040 for calendar year 2024, and we're prorating it because it fell when it did in that year. Mr. President, persons eligible for the pension exemption are those in receipt of payment from a statutory pension scheme or an approved superannuation fund. For pensioners under the age of 55, the pension allowance is restricted to their pension income only. I don't have that number there, but I could get it. But I want to make sure, that I, from this position, encourage as many Jamaicans as possible to join a pension scheme. I am saying it publicly again. As many as possible, Jamaicans must join a pension scheme. I tell you, you know, Senator Fraser-Binns, when your salary comes, and while I want to make sure that government don't take it in taxes and you can spend it better, sometimes you spend too much. So it's good that your employer can take out some of it for the pension. Many employers match it. It is absolutely a no-brainer. I can't find a person who I would see that has any brain that a company like Grace or Wisynco or whoever else would want to say, I will match a portion of your income and put it to your pension, and you don't take it. You must make sure every one of you go and take it and save for pension for a later date. It's a wise thing to do. We are doing a lot on that. Yeah, man, we have done and we will get there. Increase in age exemption. Mr. President, individuals age 65 and over are entitled to receive an age exemption that has been increased from $80,000 to $250,040. It is going, because of resulting in an effective annual allowance of actually $207,000 for calendar year 2024. It has to be prorated. The annual personal income tax will go the same route, but that's interesting. That now is, we know about it. The government increased the annual personal income tax up to 1.5 from 1 million. That was a 50% increase. And it's now going up to 1.7 million. And it's part of the PAYE arrangement, an exemption that, again, we're making sure you keep more of your money and you spend it better than the government taking it. So 1.5, which is enshrined in our history, has now been enhanced and embellished to 1.7 million. Isn't that a great thing? Mr. President, with the increase in the income tax, many people, actually, annual threshold for the year 2024, again, because it's prorated, is 1.65. And the income tax people will tell you. There's a table in the bill which you see, impact on increased annual threshold on pension age and exemption. It tells you what that is. For 65 and over, pension exemption, 2024 was 207,530. 2025 is 250,040. Age exemption was 207, and it's raised to 250 for people age 65 and over. The income tax threshold, of course, we just mentioned. So when you look at the total tax deduction and exemption, it is actually 2,065,000 to 2,200,000, and people who are in these brackets are much better off. Pensioners keeping more of their income so they can spend it better. I go to the junior stock exchange, coming to the end of this, Mr. President. The junior stock exchange will wake up everybody, including you, Senator Brown. So, I know you have stocks down there. You make all of your money. And there, many of your friends over there are big in this thing. So, again, yeah, I mean, how can you even sit there and say that? I'm glad the mic isn't picking you up, because I don't want them to hear the nonsense you've just said. But Bloomberg saw us as having the best stock exchange in the world in a 5-year period just recently. So just calm yourself. So what we're looking at now is, how do you encourage small people? There's a young man that Danny Williams, Douglas Arrain, introduced me to. No. No, but I did have the privilege of employing Chris Williams at NCB, and so you got him. But this young man he's the one who started the one-on-one IT company. And he has traveled with us to Guyana and elsewhere, selling his company. And he could never, in his early, maybe late 20s, he could never, Mr. Allen could never, ever get that kind of money without the junior stock exchange. It absolutely changed his life and many others. I remember when he was going to be listed on the junior stock exchange, I was invited by Dr. Street Forest to be at the opening and to give a speech. And I was so pleased to see that the junior stock exchange had brought in billions of dollars to young people, some of them not so young, but most of them young. And they were able, and Mr. Allen from One-on-One is able to establish his business. You know what he's doing? Putting up wonderful ITs in schools so that the people, the kind of teaching that people get at Campion, never to mention Monroe, can now be given to people across the country on these wonderful screens, you know? So he's using technology, but he couldn't get ahead without the junior stock exchange. It's a great place where ordinary people who would not normally have access to money can find money to finance their ideas and to get ahead and to make their workers richer. Mr. President, I strongly support that. And so I'm very happy that the Andrew Holness administration is raising the level of which tax can be drawn. Now, if it was 500 million, you pay tax. No, no longer. $750 million. If your company is worth that, you won't pay taxes. And pretty soon we'll move it. Pretty soon we want to move it to $1 billion, but that will come. So, Mr. President, it must be noted that companies on the main stock exchange cannot and will not be able to move to the junior stock exchange because of this increase in the cap. This policy is applicable only to new entrants to the stock exchange. The clauses of the bill, Mr. President, I'll move through very quickly because we have them before us. Of course, we're talking about the Income Tax Amendment Act of 2025, amendment of Section 2 of the Principal Act. This definition section of the Act is amended by inserting the definitions independent power producers and amending the definition of regulated company. The amendment to regulated company clarifies the treatment of independent power producers and the persons issued a license under the Trust and Corporate Services Providers Act, which, though regulated in other legislation, will not be liable for the regulated company rate of 30% in the Income Tax Act. Section 12, Mr. President, treats with the types of income which are subject to exemptions under the Act. That's the amendment of Section 12 of the Principal Act. It also includes an exemption on a portion of the income of pensioners and individuals over the ages of 55 and 65 or who are incapacitated. The provisions originally treated periods from 2009 onwards as one due to the consistency of the rate. The amendment now provides, Mr. President, for each category of person, the extended rate from 2010 to 2023 and imposes the new rates from 2024 onwards. The 2024 year of assessment will have two rates capturing the rate from January to March 2024 at a prorate of the existing rate and April to December at a prorate portion of the new rate with 2025 and onwards, attracting the total new rate. Normally, that's done in prorating a tax when you bring a new amendment. Amendment of Section 30 of the Principal Act, Mr. President. This provision in the Act indicates the applicable rates for income tax. The period in the legislation treats with 2018 to the future. The amendment addresses the period from 2018 to 2023 at A and at B, inserts the rate as prorated from January to March, and then prorated from April to December using the new rate. Thereafter, the new rate will be applicable for the future. The amendment in Roman numeral 2 proposes to improve ease of reading in paragraph AB by changing the existing block text to a list and thereafter including the treatment for the current year of assessment. In Roman numeral 3, Mr. President, the bill proposes additional structural amendments to improve ease of reading and inserts the new rates for 1. Companies holding a license issued under the Trust and Corporate Services Providers Act, and 2. Independent power producers which generate the prescribed percentage of electricity from prescribed renewable sources. Additionally, Mr. President, it was noted that the definitions of regulated company and unregulated company were duplicated in the Act. Thus, the amendment proposes that they be deleted from this section. Number 5, Mr. President, amendment of Section 32 of the Principal Act. The section treats with applications of the Employment Tax Credit, ETC, very well known to people who operate in the Special Economic Zone and BPO and elsewhere. The amendment clarifies that companies holding licenses issued under the Trust and Corporate Services Providers Act and independent power producers are not eligible persons for the purpose of the ETC. clause, the next amendment, number 6, amendment of section 67 of the Principal Act, Mr. President. The section treats with the submission of returns by employees, rather by employers, for employees whose income tax or whose income exceeded a stated amount in each year of assessment. The amendment seeks to reformat the existing section, changing it from a block of text to a list indicating the prescribed amount, threshold, and its applicable year to improve ease of reading. The additions at L and M treat with the inclusion of the new rates prorated for 2024 and fully applied for future years of assessment, respectively. Number 7, Mr. President, the amendment of Section 68 of the Principal Act. This section treats with the duty of the individual to notify the commissioners where their income exceeds a stated amount in a stated year. The amendment 1 changes the marginal note to be more generic, removing the need for changes in the future. 2, Mr. President, reformats the existing text from block text to a list to improve ease of reading. And 3, Mr. President, it inserts the prorated amounts for year of assessment 2024 and indicates the rate for the future. The 8th Amendment of Section 93 of the Principal Act, Mr. President, this is an amendment to the provision outlining the powers of the minister. This new insertion provides the minister with the power to prescribe the percentage of electricity which independent power producers must generate and the sources from which the electricity is to be generated. The policy rationale is that the percentage of energy sources should be easy to amend as the energy needs of the country evolve. And 9th and final, Mr. President, is the amendment to the 7th schedule to the Principal Act. The amendment increases the voting capital ceiling for subscribers in the junior stock exchange from $500 million Jamaican dollars to $750 million Jamaican dollars. Mr. President, I now invite members of this Honorable Senate to support the passage of the Income Tax Amendment Act 2024, if it pleases you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister Hill. Senator Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Minister has labored at length to make it seem that this is a hugely momentous bill when in his usual bombastic style. I remember well a few months ago him speaking to the booming economy. When we got the actual statistics, the economy had shrunk by 3.5% in the same period which he was talking about, the booming economy. So we know how much credibility to put with his words, to put on his words. But the fact is, what this bill is doing is tidying up some unintended consequences from previous entities. The truth is, the 33.33% tax on regulated institutions was really intended to capture financial institutions, those deposit-taking institutions regulated by the Bank of Jamaica, those regulated by the Financial Services Commission. But it inadvertently captured the international corporate and trust service providers, as well as the utilities, the utilities which are also regulated. So this is really just correcting an unintended consequence
that big
there.
tax was to pay for the 1.5, since some have no new tax.
Well, the truth of the matter is that tax should have been taken off. In fact, it was announced that it would be removed. Sorry, not that tax. The asset tax for those same regulated entities was announced that it was to be removed in 2020. The then minister and the industry, in the interest of all that was happening with COVID, volunteered to postpone it. Well, and it was supposed to be just temporary. Well, I think they will be reluctant to volunteer again because this government has maintained it.
All of that thing that all it is,
But to me is that this increase in the tax threshold for pensioners will only impact 2,000 persons.
So many?
2,046 was the figure. 2,046.
He doesn't know the number.
No, what that really says is that all...
So how many in all we asked you and you didn't tell us?
No, this is, of course.
So how many in, okay.
No.
See a tax people, they ask you.
If how am I wrong?
Yes,
You said you. Well, those are the people who will be impacted. The additional ones, the additional 2,400. The additional 2,046. I wrote down the figure. That's who will be impacted by this adjustment. 2,046. And I'm happy for those 2,046. But the point that it brings home is how few of our pensioners actually earn above the existing income tax threshold. So what it says, for example, and this 2,046 would include both government pensioners, public sector pensioners, and private sector pensioners. And if, even if you, I don't know what proportion you split it on, but there's a lot more private sector pensioners than there are government. Government has 33,000 pensioners. Now, how many of these? Probably a handful, a few hundred actually earn above the income tax threshold to benefit. What I think we need to really examine, and I don't say this in a partisan way, Mr. President,
teachers, police,
is that with the passage of time and with pensioners living longer, world over, we recognize that people are living longer. That's one of the reasons the pension age was increased. But what we see now is that persons who retire 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago, some of them, the pension not even reaching minimum wage, much less to reach the income tax threshold. And I think it is our responsibility as a parliament to look at, particularly for government pensioners. Let us say we may not, in the first instance, look at the entire universe of pensioners, but I'm sure, Senator Gill, you would agree with me that we have a responsibility to look at government pensioners to ensure that those who serve long and hard but happen to retire many years ago and had the good fortune to continue living into their later years, that we don't put them in a impecunious position and where they are struggling to survive. So this signals to me that there are really very few pensioners who have an income in their later years that puts them at a level where they could even benefit from this modest increase in the threshold. We supported these amendments, but we really ask that we use this opportunity to really take a deep dive into the situation of the pensioners in Jamaica, and in particular, the 33,000 government pensioners. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bunting. Senator Gale.
President.
Okay, yes. Before you move on, Senator Gale, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Might the Senate be permitted to sit beyond 1:30 to complete the business of the day?
Question has been posed for the Senate to sit beyond 1:30 for the business to be concluded. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Senator Gale.
Thank you, President. You know, when it comes to income tax, it's a kind of taxations that workers would want to see benefits and even reprieve. A lot of workers will say, why, I work hard and my earnings have gone into income tax. It was a bold move when this government made the recommendation to increase the income tax threshold to 1.5. And some said it couldn't work. Relax, because one of our trade union colleagues said that it could not work, not you. He said that it could not work. And the challenge I have, and the challenge I had then, how could you hear as a trade unionist that an administration was going to increase the income tax threshold for workers, and you say it couldn't work? For something like that, my first response would have been, let us see it happen. So we made that intention, and we not only made it as an intention, we fulfilled that mandate. And in doing so, we have decided that we're going to move it up further to 1.7 million. What that does, President, is that it would have created more disposable income for the working class. It would have made measures to alleviate the pressure on households struggling with the cost of living. And by increasing disposable income, Mr. President, it stimulated consumption. Workers can save more, purchase more, provide for goods and services, and maybe that's why we can now celebrate an improvement and an enhancement in business confidence and consumer confidence. So it's a commendable move and must not be taken lightly. What I would want to encourage and to recommend and strongly suggest is that we continue to do the reviews to improve the threshold. Because what we'd be doing is that we would enable more individuals to benefit from tax-free income and earnings. Particularly, President, those who are at the lower income scale. And what we would also do is that we would also narrow the gap between income groups and foster a fairer distribution in wealth. So we must not only look at the income tax threshold, and I've heard the Honorable Prime Minister speaking about consolidating the taxes and tax collection. And I'm looking forward to what that would really mean. President, we must also, look at additional measures. Expand subsidies on essential goods and services such as food and transportation to reduce the cost of living. And we must also continue to increase investment on low-cost housing projects to provide more options for the lower working class. So, President, I think it was an exceptional move made by this government, and it's something that has benefited the working class. And every time you move the threshold, you hear some other workers say to you, why, when it is going to reach my level of pay? Because it is something that workers look forward to. The question is that we have to be able to sustain that kind of move. And one of the ways to do that is to broaden, enhance the compliance of those who are continue to evade taxation. We need to seriously look at that. President, in terms of the enhanced pension and age relief exemption, we might look today to examine the numbers. Whatever that number represents, it is a move in the right direction and persons are benefiting from it. It comes in twofold. The individuals under age 55 receiving the pension from an approved statutory pension scheme or an approved superannuation scheme, they get the exemption of the 80,000. And then you have the age relief exemption for another 80,000, which brings it to a total of 160,000. But I agree that, look, in the private sector, you would have had more pension schemes. Yeah? In the public sector they were getting, for many years, low rates. This government did a reclassification which would have improved the rates for public sector workers. In the future, they are going to benefit more based on those levels of increases. It is impactful measures because it creates increased disposable income at a time when it is badly needed. It eases the cost of living. President, in my mind, we have to take strong measures in dealing with retirement savings. And I agree with the fact that we need to have more, in the scheme of things in the workplace, we need to encourage for the contract of employment to have more pension schemes. Workers cannot depend on any other support at a point in time when they need it. Gone are the days when you can say, well, I may depend on my picnic them. We are now talking about the question of financial wellness at a point in time in your life when you need it. And so, financial security at retirement is very critical. And I want to urge us, and Minister Hill spoke about the need to have more pension schemes. Yes, it should be promoted in more collective labor agreements for a demand for more retirement and pension schemes. Matter of fact, it should be a feature of employment to recommend that there is this savings towards your retirement. And I think it's in the workplace, in the labor force, in the employment, it should be a shared responsibility. One of the things I'd want to encourage for those who are the providers of the pension schemes. You know, you're providing this suite of product in terms of retirement benefits. But if you're providing something to that magnitude and that level of importance, it is something that I want to urge them to speak about it, create that level of awareness in our own retirement savings, so that people can understand, so that when it comes to the point of them even savings to towards their retirement, they understand the need and importance. One of the things I also want to encourage for those who are part of these schemes, you know, you wait for the annual statements for you to receive the annual statements. In this digital age, in this transformation of digitalization, we must make some systems in place where people can track their investments. You don't have to wait for the end of the year to be here to be receiving the statements. And some of the schemes, the trustee is not even meeting with its members. And the carriers have an obligation to be engaging with the business that you're carrying out as part of the scheme. You must not wait until the FSC impose on you the fact that you have not met with your members. It is a fiduciary responsibility to meet and to engage with the members, to update them on the status of their savings. So, President, whilst we're talking about the taxation, I wanted to, as a trade unionist, highlight the importance of these two initiatives and strongly suggest that both of them requires constant reviews with an intention for improvement. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gale and Senator Allen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't think you would have a difficulty recognizing me as a man from the West. Because I was wondering. I know it's a long time. We haven't seen each other.
So you move your colleague to your...
No, I usually sit here.
No, I mean that... Isn't she from the West?
Yeah, she is, but
Okay.
she has she's now more central, northwest.
You're putting her into more trouble, right? Well, go ahead, Senator Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Boy, I don't hear this. You're not going to draw me out, you know. Sorry. So I wasn't going to...
You're so chumped.
I don't want to say it. You see, I was trying not to say that word, but...
He's so chumped.
You know, I really miss being with you all in the chamber. That's what this is saying. So I really wasn't going to contribute to this debate, but I thought it was fitting, since we're speaking about taxes and amendments to tax. In light of new developments, I thought I needed to make some brief comments. I agree with you, Senator Cavan Gale, that it is important for us to consider working people, the working class, and how they are able to fare, and how they're managing, and how they're able to live. And as such, any relief that can be provided to them should be provided. And it should never be a bone of contention. And sometimes we are inclined to believe that the people who need it most are only the ones at the lower rung. But in light of the realities that we are all facing, all of us need some relief. I know I need it. All of us need some relief. Not too long ago, I made what some might consider some bold recommendations. Correct, Mr. President? I made some bold recommendations after reviewing the realities in the tourism industry and the issues faced by those who work in it, whether they be line staff, supervisors, managers, or whomever. And I recall vividly the attempt at ridicule when I pointed out the need to remove taxes from gratuity. I didn't make the call simply to make headlines. I made the call because it was the right thing to do. Because this side believes in doing the right thing at any time, not only at certain times. So I call for the removal of tax on gratuity. And some tried to make it seem as though I did not understand the tourism industry, one which I have been involved in for the last 27 years. From I was a small child. And the attempt, and you notice I say attempt, the attempt at ridicule extended to cyber, I wouldn't say attack. Social media. And many had much to say, but I'm relieved to see that my calls have been answered. Because there were those who attempted to suggest that tips were the same as gratuity. And I've seen now where the Minister of Tourism has, on the heels of Fitur, has announced the removal of tax on gratuity. He hasn't indicated effectively when.
That is the trick.
The implementation date. When the people would begin to feel this relief which Senator Gale calls for.
Yeah.
So I am very curious and I'm waiting anxiously, patiently for the announcement of the date. Not that date, but the other date. But then again, I'm waiting on both dates. Because sometimes announcements are made, and they're made to claim that answers are being made to problems. But you see, because the next PNP government is intent on making certain things a reality, like the removal, as was done in 1991 when Mr. Patterson did it. When you go far back, I say nothing. So let me just say, Senator Hill, I'd like you to listen carefully. In 1991, when Mr. Patterson, then Minister of Finance, because of the improvements in the economy, saw it fit to remove taxes on gratuities. But then in 2007, was it? Or 2009, on Emancipation Day, no less, it was replaced by, as you recall, Manayard. Claims have been made. Claims have been made of how well the economy is doing. Never mind, no 5 in 4. But claims have been made how well the economy is doing. And I said it then in November 2024, and I'll say it again today, January 24, 2025, that the time really has come for the removal of tax on gratuity.
At Blakely Law Firm, we want to get you money for your car accident injuries, and we want to get you your money fast. We understand that
Not me, at least not yet. Tourism workers at all levels will receive this relief that they so desperately need. And because I take it so seriously, I pay attention to everything that is said. I pay attention to all that might be claimed. And I'm always emboldened when the challenge is made to suggest that I know not of what I speak. So, Mr. President, I had to add those few words because I think it is important to always remind and put things into context so we don't forget how we got here. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Allen. Minister Hill. Sorry, Senator Lambert Brown.
Don't worry about the vice. Don't worry about the vice. President, I rise to set the record straight on the 1.5. I was on radio, not nationwide. I was on radio. Ralston Hyman and I constantly spoke about this 1.5. We made it clear for the government to go to 1.5, they would have to tax the Jamaican people. The record will show that in 2016, the tax was so much that they had to phase it in. And they come back in 2017 and they tax again a total of $32 billion in taxes. And Senator Gill, those taxes were on food as well. And so the high prices we pay today include for petroleum, electricity.
Sorry, Senator
has to
Lambert.
do with the taxes that was put on the people.
Senator Brown, if there's a point of order, let me hear the point of order, and then I will hear it, and then I will determine if there is one or not.
The suggestion by Senator Brown that the administration imposed $32 billion in taxes on the people of Jamaica is not true. It is false, and I encourage him to desist from misleading the Parliament and the people of Jamaica.
All right,
thank you, sir.
Senator Lambert Brown, continue for me, please.
When your ignorance comes as a point of order, you should hide under the desk. The revenue measures in this Parliament are in the library, and we can pull those revenue measures. $32 billion over 2 years in taxes. $32 billion. And so we see every day a price goes up, the tax on that thing goes up. And that explains why the prices are so high. And the people, because much of those consumption taxes was passed to the people. So we want to set that record straight. If you're really serious about reducing taxes, look for the people who are now over 6 million in earning and who are paying 33 1/3%. Put on then to facilitate the 1.5. It is time to reduce that 33. Keep shouting. You finish? We'll keep talking. The 33 1/3% and people earning over $6 million was put on as part of that 1.5 package. Time to reduce it back to 25%. So that those who are paying 33 and a third over 6 million should come back to 25%, just as you're doing for some companies who are favored by this government. Favor the people. Favor the people. Favor the people. Favor the people. Second thing another thing I want to say, President, is that the government of Jamaica and Minister with responsibility for our trust, bear this in mind. There are workers whose contracts have been altered by this government and are owed money because you're taxing an agreement which would have allowed them, Senator Gill, and you know the story, to have earned their traveling tax-free. I know that the workers have written to the Art Trust through lawyers seeking that tax refund, which was a breach of their contract. I heard you, not just to ease up the fear of trust and corporate, I urge you to look at the little workers who are being cheated out of their agreement. And President, you know I'm of the view that when it comes to income tax, uniform and laundry tax has been the same since early 2000. Before the Minister of Finance left, I spoke to him. And I believe, Senator Gill, you were in that meeting. And he was minded to make the adjustment. You supported me in that meeting. I know you did. You supported me, and I appreciate that. Now, I make it very clear that this government, when you come to the budget, your last budget, fix the uniform and laundry tax, because we are going to do it in the next budget if you feel. I come also to the need for the 1971 income tax order relating, Senator Bryan, to termination of employment. Time to fix that, to allow awards at the tribunal, for example, to go and be treated like debts in the courts. If you really care about the workers, I do that. And this, Mr. President, is a good point for me to just say my condolences to the family of former retired Justice Goldsmith, Marjorie Goldsmith, who died recently. She served at the tribunal, and she gave one of the biggest awards, individual award, for unfair dismissal. So I'll always remember her for that and her service in the judiciary. So that is something that you really ought to be looking at, Senator Hill. How to ease the burden on those who have been unfairly treated. I hope you will do that. And again I say, I didn't intend to talk on this. But since my friend, good friend Senator Gill, mentioned this 1.5 and how great it is, we must also remember that it brought the burden of $32 billion in taxes, mainly on the poor people of Jamaica. And those taxes are continuing today. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lambert Brown. Senator Hill, Minister.
Mr. President, I appreciate the comments made by my colleagues, but appreciation is not agreement. So I listened to Senator Bunting treating the raising of the pensions threshold much like his party treated 1.5. not something good, something you should avoid. Don't bother with it. It is, I didn't say you said it. I didn't say you say it. You must listen carefully. I speak very carefully. So I'm saying, in fact, Mr. President, it is relief that the leader of the JLP at the time, Most Honorable Andrew Holness now, that's what we took to the people, and they liked it. They wanted it. So the raising of the pension threshold should not be dependent on just the past. How many we have today? We're a government that manages for today and the future. We are putting in a pension plan that will encourage a lot more pensioners. You heard how passionately I felt and feel about the fact that a lot more Jamaicans must enter the pension system, the formal pension system. This is being put in there to help them to do that. So it's not just about the past. We are looking to the future as well. So the kind of cold water he tried to pour on this wise and innovative initiative would lead one to believe that because the actual number today could be larger, then we should do nothing. Don't bring it. No. Mr. President, I firmly reject that position. And because of that, my strong belief is to encourage many more pensioners to join, to be able to get this benefit, not to delay it until some big number joins. Yes, there are big numbers there already, but many more should join, and we want them to join the pension system, and that's why we're putting this in as well. I thank my colleague on this side, Senator Kevin Gale, for his fulsome support on this matter. It just makes sense, common sense. We on this side have put the amendment in place to raise the tax threshold and look forward to many more pensioners joining this benefit. In the case of the economy, Mr. President, we have today, just announced this week, the lowest unemployment figure in the history of this country, 3.5%. Mr. President, earlier this week, the latest survey of the Business, Investor and Consumer Confidence for the fourth quarter of 2024, and that means, Mr. President, the quarter from October to December of last year, has recorded a surge in business confidence. Not my word. I'm taking the word surge from the survey. In business confidence, a solid rebound in investor confidence in the Jamaican climate of investment, the very one that we're told isn't doing so well. There's a surge in investor confidence and a similar rebound in consumer confidence. The Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, we laud the excellent findings quarter over quarter, and especially that these economic confidence numbers suggest that businesses, consumers and investors alike see and will welcome the fact that Jamaica is recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic which arrived in 2019. Those numbers are back to pre-COVID numbers. That is something to celebrate in an economy of the size of Jamaica and doing so well. So when I spoke a few weeks ago, we have had rains in this country from the 3rd of July for months and months until nearly the end of December. In that period of time, that quarter, yes, our growth fell because agriculture is a major part of this economy. I do not withdraw that this economy is doing very well because all the other indicators, and you're going to find that the next months, now that the rains have stopped, agriculture is back. You're going to find the growth coming back. So we stand by those numbers. Yes, or unemployment is low, or economy is resilient. You're going to see the growth coming back. I've been traveling around the country, in St. Elizabeth, in Manchester, where they farm, and see the farmers getting their stuff in, Mr. President. I haven't been able to come to St. James yet, but I'll get there in time. But really and truly, we see that the economy is doing well. And I'm proud this morning to say that the Andrew Holness administration has managed an economy to the place where it continues to grow. Confidence is high, investors are high, investors are coming in, and truly, Mr. President, I recommend the second reading, is it, of the bill.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Income Tax Act, read a second time.
The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. And we can just, there's no concern, no amendments, no nothing. All right, very well. So we have clauses 1 through 8, 9. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. We have the fourth schedule. No? So the schedule. So we have the title and the enacting clause. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Minister?
Mr. President, I move for the third reading of the bill.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Income Tax Act, read a third time and passed.
And you heard me stumble with the last sentence, and I suppose that is a matter of fatigue and at this time, and so that we preserve our staff, we're going to have a suspension of the sitting for 30 minutes.
Mr. President, just indicating that I know Senator Bunting had indicated that he had an appointment to make, so he was asking, given that his presentation is 30 minutes, if we could hold through. I wonder if the staff would be able to, and then we refresh ourselves, or if the matter is so pressing that we would ask him if he could make up time on a highway or something. I don't know. No, I ask in good faith. I really do ask in good faith, Mr. President. The staff is present. We can get an indication whether it's possible.
The staff should
So
take
an additional hour is what you're saying, to just go through?
the press.
He had said half an hour.
The staff should take a break.
Oh, it's two. Yes, but I thought we would take a break. I didn't get a guarantee as to the length of the second presentation. So I didn't ask. My phrasing was quite specific. But Mr. President, I'll leave it in your hands with the clerk and just let you know what we were considering. Thank you to the technical team who was present from the Ministry of Finance and of course the legal support in ensuring that we were able to get through with another piece of legislation passed today. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Having had that consultation, we'll have a suspension for 30 minutes. So the Senate is suspended for 30 minutes. Thank you.
I noticed some by-elections going on. But that is a sideshow. And in fact, it's not only a sideshow, it's a downright disrespect of the Jamaican people. Because it is a disrespect for the rights of representation of the people of South Trelawney who have been without a member of parliament. It is a disrespect for the people in Morant Bay who have been without the services of a councillor. And I believe time come now for legislative reform that would cause a by-election to be held within a specified time whenever there is a vacancy, and give that power to the Electoral Commission of Jamaica so people stop playing and monkeying around with the constitutional rights of the Jamaican people.
We need a more balanced and resilient economy in an era of growing food insecurity. So look out for the transformation of agriculture and the blue economy, our maritime economy, to drive rural development. We have to invest in farm roads, in cold storage facilities, in irrigation systems. We have to deepen the use of technology, marketing support, and expanded access to affordable loans for our farmers. Investment in human development must be the key. It must be the key. And when it comes to education, the People's National Party's conviction remains the same. Education, education, education is at the top of our priority list. We are committed to building an education system that is inclusive, equitable, and excellent. Bold steps and real investment are needed to ensure that every child, from the earliest years through to tertiary education, has the opportunity to succeed. We have the plan, and we are ready. Today, I reaffirm our party's commitment to excellence in education. Our approach to early childhood development will provide performance-based incentives for early childhood facilities to give them additional resources to improve standards. At the primary and secondary levels, we will implement a comprehensive program that is targeted and provides targeted support to each aspect of the curriculum. Expanding access to tertiary education is also a critical part of the mix. I have long advocated for the removal of guarantors for student loans, a policy that this government has eventually adopted, and it was a significant step forward. And we are in full support of that because we put the interests of Jamaican people first. But as the party of ideas and implementation, we must take this further. We believe education must not be a burden of debt, but a bridge to a better future. We will make student loans more borrower-friendly. Graduates will only begin to repay their student loans once they are employed, and their monthly payments will be capped at an affordable percentage of their monthly income. Teachers are the backbone of the education system, and we must show that we truly value our teachers, and we must do whatever is necessary to persuade them to stay in our education system. A student loan forgiveness program will be provided to our teachers based on their years of service in the system. And what we have in mind is that 1 year of payments on their student loan will be forgiven for every year that they remain employed in the public education system. Last year, Jamaica embarked upon a formal process of constitutional reform. The people were excluded from the design of the process, and the people did not trust it. The PNP is very clear on our positions on points of principle. Our representatives on the committee that they established did not sign the report of that committee because we did not agree, and we do not agree with some of its recommendations. And I will share some of those issues with you now. First, the reformed Constitution will establish the role of a president to replace the Governor General. We have no problem with that. The president will play a critical role in appointments to sensitive positions of state. And that president must be perceived as independent of partisan politics. The president must enjoy the trust and confidence of the society as a whole. Therefore, if there is no consensus between the government and the opposition on who the person should be as president, the PNP does not support the appointment being made by a simple majority vote in Parliament. That effectively is what the majority of that committee have recommended. That would compromise the independence, trust, and confidence that the president must enjoy. And I say, no way, that is not in the interest of Jamaica. We also insist that an impeachment procedure should be included in the reformed Constitution to hold delinquent politicians to account. The two parties were originally committed to this. I tabled a revised impeachment bill in Parliament in April 2021, over 3 years ago. But this government has chosen to ignore it for 1,237 days. Accountability is not a priority for them, as it is for the PNP. The JLP has flip-flopped and impeachment has been excluded from the report of that Constitutional Reform Committee. We support full decolonization now, not a piecemeal approach. No more foreign king as our head of state, and no more inaccessible final court on the other side of the world that decides our laws in the name of a foreign king. We want a final court that is accessible to our people so that they can get justice. And the Caribbean Court of Justice, the CACJ, is doing this for the people of Barbados, Guyana, Belize, Dominica, and St. Lucia. And those countries are doing well. Time come for the Jamaican people to have the fundamental right of access to high quality justice at the highest level. Time come for a new deal for our teachers, our police officers, our nurses, our firemen, our correctional officers who serve the public and deserve to be treated with respect. Investment in human. We need a more balanced and resilient economy in an era of growing food insecurity. So look out for the transformation of agriculture and the blue economy, our maritime economy, to drive rural development. We have to invest in farm roads, in cold storage facilities, in irrigation systems. We have to deepen the use of technology, marketing support, and expanded access to affordable loans for our farmers. Investment in human development must be the key. It must be the key. And when it comes to education, the People's National Party's conviction remains the same. Education, education, education is at the top of our priority list. We are committed to building an education system that is inclusive, equitable, and excellent. Bold steps and real investment are needed to ensure that every child from the earliest years through to tertiary education has the opportunity to succeed. We have the plan and we are ready. Today, I reaffirm our party's commitment to excellence in education. Our approach to early childhood development will provide performance-based incentives for early childhood facilities to give them additional resources to improve standards. At the primary and secondary levels, we will implement a comprehensive program that is targeted and provides targeted support to each aspect of the curriculum. Expanding access to tertiary education is also a critical part of the mix. I have long advocated for the removal of guarantors for student loans, a policy that this government has eventually adopted, and it was a significant step forward. And we are in full support of that because we put the interests of Jamaican people first. But as the party of ideas and implementation, we must take this further. We believe education must not be a burden of debt, but a bridge to a better future. We will make student loans more borrower-friendly. Graduates will only begin to repay their student loans once they are employed, and their monthly payments will be capped at an affordable percentage of their monthly income. Teachers are the backbone of the education system, and we must show that we truly value our teachers, and we must do whatever is necessary to persuade them to stay in our education system. A student loan forgiveness program will be provided to our teachers based on their years of service in the system. And what we have in mind is that 1 year of payments on their student loan will be forgiven for every year that they remain employed in the public education system. The next PNP government, land and housing are fundamental development priorities. In celebration of our first female Prime Minister, we will bring forth the Portia Initiative, the program for orderly renewal and transformation of infrastructure in all areas, the Portia Initiative. This program will drive policies that Sister P stood for, improving infrastructure in old housing schemes, tearing down zinc fences in communities and replacing them with proper concrete walls, completing the infrastructure and land titling for existing land tenure regularization schemes, they call it Operation Pride, and rolling out new ones to bring hope and decent living conditions in areas of social neglect. Our beloved Sister P will smile as the next PNP government improves sidewalks for persons with disabilities, provides housing assistance to needy citizens, and beautifies communities where our people live. The Portia Initiative is a must, and time come for that. Land and housing. The next PNP government will also make lands available to the National Housing Trust for qualified contributors so they can build their own homes. From day one, we are going to restore the core mandate of the National Housing Trust, which was the baby of Michael Joshua Manley. We will stop the extraction of capital from the National Housing Trust. It was an emergency measure. It was supposed to only last for 4 years, and it has now continued for over 12 years. And we will return to providing affordable houses for people who need to buy or build a home. We plan a comprehensive review of all laws relating to housing to find ways to make housing more affordable for all Jamaicans. These initiatives are all about balancing the books and the people's lives, something that Sister P always spoke about and believed in. Corruption is rampant at the highest levels of this government. You will remember during my budget presentation when they tried to prevent me from saying some critical things about governance, even shutting down the sitting of Parliament. Well, I went on the street and I said what I had to say, and I will say it here again. The failure to disclose the identity of the so-called illicit 6 MPs who are under investigation by the Integrity Commission for illicit enrichment remains a festering sore, only made worse by the Prime Minister's gag order on cabinet ministers speaking publicly on these matters. But wait, comrades, I have to rewrite that part. because it is no longer 6. It has gone to 8. So let me say it again. The failure to disclose the identity of the so-called illicit 8 MPs who are under investigation by the Integrity Commission remains a festering sore, only made worse by the Prime Minister's gag order on his cabinet ministers and MPs speaking publicly on these matters. Comrades, I had to hurry up and say that a second time, because before we reach and finish here today, maybe it will move from 8 to 12, the way how the number of labor rights illicits seems to multiply like gremlins. We will put a stop to such shenanigans. We will change the law so that all Integrity Commission reports must be published on Parliament's website within a short time, perhaps 24 hours of being sent to Parliament, so all Jamaicans can read those reports. Comrades, it is time to change these things. Accountability and transparency matter, and that is change. When the PNP forms government, our job is to create an environment in which Jamaicans can thrive and achieve their versions of the Jamaican dream. Comrades, it is a disgraceful blot on this government's record that maternal and child death rates are higher today than they were in 1995. Jamaica is going backwards under this government. Mothers and babies are dying. What happened, Andrew? How come you don't hear the dead babies now?
I hear the spirit of a little baby crying. I hear the spirit of a little baby crying.
The PNP will prioritize the procurement of intensive care units, providing critical care for mothers, babies, and the general population. The Prime Minister just needs to fly the gate. Call it Andrew, call it, and Iman will sound the trumpet.
Some politicians they come down now. Andrew, you come down now. That will pass. Come down now. Hey, head down no like wow. A full time now we go era talk go. Listen to
Comrade Richard Azan built 11 shops in Spalding. He built the shops because he saw what his women were going through selling in the market. And he decided to say, it now go so. And so he built those shops to liberate the people and to improve their circumstances. And when the Integrity Commission investigated him, Andrew Horner said he will not sit in Parliament as long as Richard Azan is there. Andrew Horner said Prime Minister Portia Simpson-Miller was presiding over a corrupt government because there was a man sitting in Parliament who built some shops without parish council permission to help his people. That he hides those 6 people? Where is it justice now that he tells us as Prime Minister he does not know who they are?
Turn up the thing. Turn up the thing. Turn up the thing. Turn up.
Comrade Richard Azan built 11 shops in Spalding. He built the shops because he saw what his women were going through selling in the market. And he decided to say, it now go so. And so he built those shops to liberate the people and to improve their circumstances. And when the Integrity Commission investigates him,
my guide is what I call the Honest Principles of Accountability. Because the Honest Principle of Accountability was first demonstrated to me in 2013 when he called on Junior Minister Richard Hassan to step aside. He said that the fact that the OCG, as it then was, had found Richard Hassan guilty of corruption because he had bypassed established procedures in making 10 shops in the market for women in his constituency who were vendors in the market to be deserving of isolation and condemnation. He said he would not sit in a parliament where Minister Azan sat. He said it was a dark day for Jamaica and that the public had lost its trust in the minister and the institutions had lost their trust. Now, as the leader pointed out, the Integrity Commission was at pains to point out that as Prime Minister and head of government, Mr. Honest has a higher duty to the public to ensure that the laws of Jamaica are maintained. But he has more than that to do because he sets the moral compass for his cabinet, for the parliament, and indeed for the entire country. So when we as citizens are condemning crime, when we say that our young children are turning scammers, when we condemn shoppers, the leadership of the country has to demonstrate consistency about how they approach this. What is it that I find most egregious?
Please, Mr. Knight, please.
I'm suggesting that you are pathologically mendacious.
Mr. Knight, that is an improper suggestion.
Why?
And an improper...
After he just said what he just said?
Yes.
It's pathological.
Mr. Knight, please continue your cross-examination if you so intend to.
He was referring to what you said, a ruling you made.
And he laughed at you.
And laughed. You have a pathological condition when it comes to telling the truth. And I'm suggesting to you that you have misled, you have conspired, and you have deceived the parliament, the people of this country, and the inquiry, this commission, the diaspora and every Jamaican, and that you, Prime Minister, should pack your bags and go.
Mr. Chairman. All right, Mr. Small.
The Prime Minister just needs to fly the gate. Call it Andrew, call it, and Iman will sound the trumpet.
Politicians, come down now. Andrew, you come down now. That will pass. Come down now. Hey, head down now like wow. A full time now, we boy error.
The Prime Minister just needs to fly the gate. Call it Andrew, call it, and Iman will sound. The Prime Minister just needs to fly the gate. Call it Andrew, call it, and the Prime Minister just needs to fly the gate. Call it Andrew, call it, and Iman will sound the trumpet. The Prime Minister just needs to fly the gate. Call it Andrew, call it, and Iman will sound the trumpet. The Prime Minister just needs to fly the gate. Call it Andrew. Call it an... The Prime Minister just needs to fly the gate. Call it Andrew. Call it an Iman will sound the trumpet.
Some politicians they come down now. Andrew, you come down now. That will pass. Come down now. Hey down now.
Comrades, it is a disgraceful blot on this government's record that maternal and child death rates are higher today than they were in 1995. Jamaica is going backwards under this government. Mothers and babies are dying. What happened, Andrew? How come you don't hear the dead babies now?
I hear the spirit of a little baby crying. I hear the spirit of a little baby crying.
The PNP will prioritize the procurement of intensive care units, providing critical care for mothers, babies, and the general population.
I noticed some by-elections going on. But that is a sideshow. And in fact, it's not only a sideshow, it's a downright disrespect of the Jamaican people. Because it is a disrespect for the rights of representation of the people of South Trelawney who have been without a member of parliament. It is a disrespect for the people in Morant Bay who have been without the services of a councillor. And I believe time come now for legislative reform that would cause a by-election to be held within a specified time whenever there is a vacancy, and give that power to the Electoral Commission of Jamaica so people stop playing and monkeying around with the constitutional rights of the Jamaican people.
One of the things that have been, what we have been missing is how we do proper routine maintenance. Because, as I mentioned, even with the Spark program, we're going to spend $20 billion, $150 or $200 million per constituency. But then, what will happen with the maintenance of these roads? And if you look at a lot of our roadways, one, a lot of them have passed the time that they should without any rehabilitation, proper rehabilitation. We tend to just do little sheet patching on some of them and clean the drains every now and then. If it is that our roadways are going to, we're spending this $20 billion or $45 billion, what maintenance program will be put in place? Because the $3 billion, as the minister knows, the $3 to $4 billion that we see in the budget every year for maintenance is woefully inadequate.
However, as of yesterday, the 31st of October, 149 people have been killed so far this year, and a further...
The following is a release from the People's...
Rice and chicken back want a better day. Rice and chicken back 2 dear you, just like it's expensive. No problem, $300 for chicken back.
one thing we need to develop. We need things. 13,000 to a little bit. Mr. Brogan, I want thing I want to tell them boss. I run my business and I want to pay on tax like the China them. That's all. That's all I want to do, boss. I run my little business and I pay on tax like the China. Me live on now, then a Dr. Chang run up there and nothing up there. The China man live to independence. They've been living for years. Only when election time he come around. Here. No. See Mr. Chang there. Mr. Chang, me live in paradise and know me. The place need police station at Uga. No.
All of a sudden everybody turned on. You better learn that in any organization is only one done by rule. And today I say to them, the door is open to retrieve your position. Take a candle, sing a Sankey, and find your way back home.
Within our first 100 days of government, we will start the legislative process to fix the date for general elections in Jamaica. So no government will be able to come and make false promises and hide the truth and tell you half-truths and trick you into voting for them, and then when them win, them throw on poison for you.
100 days. We fix election date. Still I wait for the promise to fulfill. One broken promise after another. Laughable, as we say. None of your promises are fulfilled yet, boss. So we there are wait.
Within the first 100 days of our government, we will start the legislative process to institute impeachment proceedings in Parliament. This will add another layer of protection of the Parliament to ensure that only members of unquestioned integrity sit in the Parliament.
All ministers under the new Jamaica Labour Party government will be given a job letter. That job letter has a timeline of 2 years and 6 months with key performance targets which are agreed upon by the cabinet, focused on two things: economic growth and job creation.
Andrew, you need to do what you said from 2016. You say you're going to put it on paper. So anything you put on paper, the MP have to work with it. So you need to do it now. Because I feel like, say, when you do that, the MP will do them work. And we will see work done in the community.
Within the first 100 days of government, we will start the legislative process to introduce term limits on the office of Prime Minister.
Andrew, unless John him break him promise and nothing him say I'm going to do for the next 100 days and now him not do nothing. Him not keep no promise and him say I'm the promise keeper. What a promise, John Star.
At a convenient time within our new government, we will hold a grand referendum on the CCJ, the Caribbean Court of Justice, as the final appellate court.
You make so much promise for us. Look how long you're in there. Nothing done. All for the COVID. You promise the people them $25,000. Nothing done. Huh? So what you expect me to do? Tell me if you sleep with the door and window open and nothing done.
Our first 100 days of government, we will start the legislative process to fix the date for general elections in Jamaica. So no government will be able to come and make false promises and hide the truth and tell you half-truths and trick you into voting for them, and then when them win, them throw on poison for you.
100 days. to fix election date. Still I wait for the promise to fulfill. One broken promise after another. Laughable, as we say. None of your promise not fulfill yet, bossy. So we there are wait.
Within the first 100 days of our government, we will start the legislative process to institute impeachment proceedings in Parliament. This will add another layer of protection of the Parliament to ensure that only members of unquestioned integrity sit in the Parliament.
All ministers under the new Jamaica Labour Party government will be given a job letter. That job letter has a timeline of 2 years and 6 months with key performance targets which are agreed upon by the cabinet, focused on two things: economic growth and job creation.
Andrew, you need to do what you said from 2016. You say you're going to put it on paper. Say anything you put on paper, the MP have to work with it. So you need to do it now. Because I feel like say when you do that, the MP will do them work and we will see work done in the community.
Within the first 100 days of government, we will start the legislative process to introduce term limits on the office of Prime Minister.
Andrew Holness, John, him break him promise and nothing him say I'm going to do for the next 100 days and now him not do nothing. Him not keep no promise and him say I'm the promise keeper. What a promise, John Star.
At a convenient time within our new government, we will hold a grand referendum on the CCJ, the Caribbean Court of Justice, as the final appellate court.
You make so much promise for us. Look how long you're in there. Nothing done. All for the COVID. They promise the people them $25,000. Nothing done. Huh? So what you expect me to do? Tell me if you sleep with the door and window open and nothing done.
Please, Mr. Knight, please.
I'm suggesting that you are pathologically mendacious.
Mr. Knight, that is an improper suggestion.
Why?
And an improper...
After he just said what he just said?
Yes.
It's pathological.
Mr. Knight, please continue your cross-examination if you so intend to.
He was referring to what you said, a ruling you made.
And he laughed at you.
And laughed. You have a pathological condition when it comes to telling the truth. And I'm suggesting to you that you have misled, you have conspired, and you have deceived the Parliament, the people of this country, and the inquiry, this commission, the diaspora and every Jamaican. And that you, Prime Minister, should pack your bags and go.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
The Prime Minister just needs to fly the gate. Call it Andrew, call it, and Iman will sound the trumpet. The Prime Minister just needs to fly the gate. Call it Andrew, call it, and Iman will sound the trumpet. The Prime Minister just needs to fly the gate. Call it Andrew, call it, and Iman will sound the trumpet. The Prime Minister just needs to fly the gate. Call it Andrew, call it, and Iman will sound the trumpet. The Prime Minister just needs to fly the gate. Call it Andrew. Call it an Iman. The Prime Minister just needs to fly the gate. Call it Andrew. Call it an Iman will sound the trumpet. The Prime Minister just needs to fly the gate. Call it Andrew. Call it an Iman will sound the trumpet.
Politicians they come down now. Andrew,
People's National Party.
Chief
Distinguished
Corey.
guests, my fellow Maroons,
Yes,
and
join
the
him, yes.
Jamaicans locally.
When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face.
And then declined by 3.5% in the September quarter. And while everything is being blamed on Beryl, the fact is that trend, that trajectory was set 2 years earlier. The economy is projected to continue its decline in the December quarter, and for the 2024 calendar year overall is projected to shrink. When these projections are confirmed in a couple of weeks' time, the economy will be in what the analysts and the economists call a technical recession. That is 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth. When we drill down into the various sectors, agriculture, forestry, and fishing down 12.5%, mining and quarrying down 17%, manufacturing down 4%, and the construction sector, which has been declining for 4 consecutive quarters. Thank you for backing me up with this publication, the Statistical Institute of Jamaica. And construction, which has been declining for at least 4 consecutive quarters prior to September, is down 3.3%. We've seen from the start of the year, sales of construction inputs have declined, NHT housing starts have also declined. Hotels and restaurants, if you were to listen to your friendly counterpart, you would think that, well, he sounds like Pollyanna. You wouldn't believe that hotels and restaurants declined 6.2%, not only because of lower stopover arrivals, but the net yields are also down. We talk about the potential. Of Kingston being a logistics hub. And 10 years ago, Tony Hilton laid the foundation for that. The port was privatized on a concession, and a lot of investment went in, that we laid the groundwork for that. But I'm disappointed to report in the recently published Global Container Port Performance Index, which was published in second half of 2024. Kingston ranks 378 out of 405 ports evaluated. That's in the bottom decile, 378 out of 400. But that's bad and bad enough, because you might say we're being compared to these big ports in China and Dubai and Europe and North America. But they have a subcategory that's just limited to the Caribbean, Central and South America. In that category, the Port of Kingston is ranked second to last.
Wow. Wow.
We rank behind Freeport and Nassau in the Bahamas. We rank behind Bridgetown in Barbados. We rank behind Georgetown, Guyana. We rank behind Castries, St. Lucia. And we even rank behind Port-au-Prince in Haiti. So, you know, this is indeed, this is a World Bank report, by the way. This is not, this is the Port Performance Index. The main criteria is the time it takes vessels to turn around. And you can go online and look for it. It's published by the World Bank. So I know all of you look shocked. I was, frankly, as well, very disappointed. But if we want to talk about developing logistics hub and a logistics industry, we better carefully examine how we improve this performance. And let me say, I respect Prof. Shirley, and I actually discussed this with him. And he has some arguments, you know, of why, and he has some questions. But the fact is, we need to get to the bottom of this, because we can't be seriously talking about all the advantages of Jamaica relative to the Panama Canal, one of the...
¿Dónde vas a encontrar algo tan rico? Fresco, calientito y acabadito de hacer.
Estoy haciendo un family meal. Viene un pollo entero, viene con arroz y frijoles para que complete aún más el sabor del pollo.
El pollo más fresco que yo he visto es el de pollo tropical. Buen valor, regalado, como yo digo.
La familia completa puede comer por solo $19.99.
Pollo tropical.
Te vas a chupar los dedos.
Want to turn hair loss into
blow from a weak hurricane, and yet the electricity and telecom infrastructure crumpled, as well as many homes and school buildings. It took months to restore electricity to parts of South Manchester and St. Elizabeth, and the telecom service there is still spotty and unreliable even today. More than 6 months after the passage of Beryl, students and teachers of Prattville Primary are participating in classes under difficult conditions. In fact, for the entire September term, it was only through the kindness of 2 churches in the community why they were able to hold classes in those church buildings. As we speak today, the younger cohort, the younger grades of children are still operating from the Prattville Assembly of God Church. At the same time, but let me back up, because I saw Minister Morris earlier this week in a story, and I'm sorry that she's not here. But early in her story, she was talking about we're all to blame for the dismal results in CXC. But I want to make her know we're not all to blame for the condition of the Prattville Primary, because many of us have raised, including me, in this Senate, the poor conditions, the dilapidated and rundown conditions of Prattville Primary before Beryl. The principal had written to every, apart from the Ministry of Education, she had written to every donor agency, every trust, asking for help. And it wasn't until literally the whole thing has collapsed before we're seeing any action belatedly. However, while we couldn't find funds to do this, since 2019, we're paying in the region of 1.5 billion for an empty space in the Megamart building in this same parish where we can't afford to fix our schools. Our roads, not just in South Manchester, our roads in Jamaica are in the worst condition in living memory. And anyone who campaigned in the Enan Town by-election can attest to that. The Bank of Jamaica put out last year, past due loans in the banking system jumped 27%. This figure was in the third quarter of last year, jumped 27% relative to a year earlier, past due loans. What that tells us is that both individuals and businesses are struggling to meet their obligations. The education sector is in a sorry state. Less than 20% pass 5 subjects with math and English, which is what's considered the equivalent of a high school graduate. The dropout rate is high, teacher migration is high, and believe me, we're sending some of our best teachers, most experienced, and teachers with a lot of innovation in their teaching methods are being recruited. And, you know, I saw the minister saying we're all to be blamed for the dismal results in CXC and CSEC exams. Well, I well recall the Prime Minister, when he was leader of the opposition, in this house, saying, don't tell me about any whole of society problems. It is the government's responsibility. Why else do we elect a government? So please, go and look it up. The public health facilities are mostly dilapidated. Health professionals are overworked and burnt out. And patients and their families often feel callously treated by the system, as many wait for days and even die waiting in passageways, in makeshift wards, sitting in chairs, or lying on benches. Large sums are being spent, but going to waste, mismanagement, and corruption. Cornwall Regional Hospital is probably the marquee example of that. Started as a 1.5 billion project, it's climbed past 21 billion now and counting. Health statistics are getting worse rather than better. In fact, in some cases, we have been set back decades. Instead of moving towards the Millennium Goals, we're heading in the other direction. Go no further than in my region, in Manchester, in the Southern Regional Health Authority, the maternal mortality rate, that is deaths due to complications from pregnancy or childbirth, increased tenfold, from 27 per 100,000 live births in 2017 to 273 per 100,000 in 2022. That's the Ministry of Health and Welfare statistics, not mine. That is even significantly higher than the global maternal mortality ratio of 23 deaths per 100,000. Jamaica used to be an example to the rest of the world in maternal and child health. No longer. But performance doesn't really matter, it seems. The lives of ordinary people don't matter. What matters is the friends and cronies of this JLP administration. So we reward the board chairman who presided over this scandalous increase in maternal deaths with a national honor. At the same time, we continue to spend $1.5 billion for an empty space in the Mega Mart building a stone's throw away from Mandeville Regional Hospital. For the first time in our independent history, we cannot complete a proper census. The most basic of exercises. The most basic of exercises to count how many people in Jamaica and where them live. The results of a census are critical for planning and policy, where to locate schools and clinics, where to deploy social workers and allocate other public resources. It's important information for the private sector also.
I never heard of it. Everything else is being posted about. So let's do our census.
The last census on the Statin website is 2011. The whole world went through a pandemic, but not the whole world. Most of the countries in the world have completed their census, even if it was a couple of years late. Up to now, we don't have no sign of when we will complete this. The fact is, when you add up, when you look at those points alone that I've just made, it shows that this JLP administration has been operating a plantation-style economy. Low skill, low wage, low productivity, high job insecurity as contract work predominates.
And government partners.
In that environment, they bullied public sector groups to accept 20% or else, then turned around and gave themselves 200% increase. I want to turn now, Mr. President, to crime and corruption. And I'm not going to crime and corruption. And I'm not going to spend too much time on this, as I contributed an op-ed in the newspaper a couple of weeks ago, where I think it was set out quite adequately. The number of murders in 2024, for the first time in 9 years of this JLP administration, returned to the range that obtained in the previous PNP administration. And it is important to observe that the reduction has happened in the 2 years since the use of states of emergency has declined dramatically. This reduction is a testament to the effectiveness of targeted policing strategies over the ineffective states of emergency previously employed extensively by the Andrew Holness administration. The People's National Party has long advocated for data-driven, focused action to combat crime. But while the 2024 numbers are encouraging, it's critical from an accountability point of view to assess the 8 preceding years of stagnation and missed opportunities in crime reduction. Under the PNP's former administration from 2012 to 2015, the average annual murder figure was 1,129. Still high, but the lowest of any administration in 2 decades. By contrast, the JLP's first 8 years from 2016 to 2023 averaged 1,416 murders annually, a 25% increase that resulted in 2,300 more lives lost than if the PNP's numbers had been maintained. Jamaica's homicide rate remains alarmingly high, compounded by an increase in mass shootings in 2024. Additionally, we need to start paying more attention and tracking closely the over $1 billion annually, which is estimated to come from scamming and bank fraud. These are not currently reflected in serious and violent crimes report, but they often end up funding organized violence and must be addressed through comprehensive tracking and enforcement. The reduction in crimes that we welcome for 2024 is this just the beginning of a journey that is far from over. Enforcement alone is insufficient. Jamaica must address the underlying conditions that perpetuate violence, inequality, social exclusion, and lack of opportunity. I want to turn now to corruption. And let me start by quoting. In the debate on the bill establishing the new Integrity Commission, the Prime Minister Andrew Holness, then said, and I quote, "As a politically independent country, we could have achieved much more were it not for corruption in many forms. Revenue leakage.
That's 2017.
Revenue leakage due to corrupt practices, misuse of public funds, and the overall perception of pervasive corruption, all of which have served to compromise the flow of investment into our country." Listen to this, Alvin. All of which have served to compromise the flow of investment into our country. End quote. Now, this helps explain why net foreign direct investment in 2023 is less than half what it was in 2015. It is less than half. It is less than half what it was. You know, that's like pushing a knife 6 inches into somebody's back, pulling it out 2 inches and then celebrating, right? The net, listen to the data. Listen to the data. Net foreign direct investment in 2023, World Bank statistics, 376 million. In 2015, it was 926 million. Right? Clearly, corruption has compromised the flow of investment into our country, based on the Prime Minister's statement. The Prime Minister continued. The Prime Minister continued, and I quote, "The Economic Growth Council has also recently identified corruption as a significant retardant to growth." End quote. But let me repeat that. Prime Minister Andrew Holness continued, quote, "The Economic Growth Council has also recently identified corruption as a significant retardant to growth." End quote. Now, colleagues, we understand why, notwithstanding all the economic and fiscal reforms implemented since 2013, growth is so elusive. The PM signaled it. Corruption. The PM signaled it. Corruption. But let me continue. In his message to commemorate International Anti-Corruption Day in 2020, the Prime Minister stated, and I again quote, "Under the leadership of Chairman the Honorable Justice Seymour Panton, the Commission continues to distinguish itself, operating without fear or favor, in pursuit of a just and corruption-free public sector, and ensuring the best and most efficient use of public resources." End quote. What a full-throated and unqualified endorsement of the Integrity Commission and its leadership under Justice Panton. Now, this is where, you know, that meme that they use on YouTube or TikTok that says, A few moments later. In this one, it would be a few years later, after the Integrity Commission issued a damning investigative report on the same Prime Minister, detailing a series of complex financial arrangements involving 28 bank accounts with thousands of transactions and hundreds of millions of dollars passing betwixt and between these accounts. Then suddenly, that same Prime Minister,
Mr. Bunting,
is going
Mr. Bunting,
to court
Mr. Bunting.
seeking to strike down. What is the point of order?
So I don't hear it yet. I have to listen, man.
The member is alluding to a matter that has been placed before the court. That is the Supreme Court of Jamaica, where the individual reference has contested strongly the findings of the Integrity Commission. And the standing orders, section 35(2), says reference shall not be made to any matter on which a judicial decision is pending in such a way as might, in the opinion of the chair, prejudice the interests of the parties thereto. I urge you, sir, to caution the member to be wary of the path upon which he's embarking upon.
Senator Bunting, you kind of get a bit of guidance there, so continue, but please. Thank you, Senator Fitzgerald.
Well,
yes, so you're saying
suddenly, that same PM has now gone to court, and I'm not commenting on the strength of his case. Just the fact is, he has gone to court seeking to strike down the provisions of the Integrity Commission Act and declare Section 14(5) unconstitutional. This is quite an extraordinary approach in the history of
Senator Bunting.
I'm not expressing anything.
Senator Bunting. Senator Bunting.
Senator
Bunting.
I am saying, first of all,
Point of order, sir. I will not be intimidated by you. Who do you think you're talking to? The member is trespassing upon the standing order, sir, by alluding to a matter that is before the Supreme Court of Jamaica. The standing orders, section 35(2), forbids such a path. And urge you, sir, to advise the member to comport himself accordingly.
Sit down, boy. Sit down.
I will say what I have to say.
Senator Bunting, let's continue your presentation, recognizing the caution that I will echo in relation to what is before the court. And I would be obliged if you just didn't just
Mr. President,
continue.
all I was saying.
And sorry, the speaker's time is up. The speaker's time is up.
Mr. President, the Speaker's time having expired, might he be permitted to complete his presentation?
Thank you, Minister. The question that the minister's question be approved to allow Senator Bunting to complete. Those in favor? Senator Bunting.
You better get accustomed to that. Practice from now.
My observation is simple, that it's very unusual, in fact extraordinary, that a law piloted and passed by his government and which his Attorney General would have certified as constitutional is now being challenged in court. That's all I'm saying. Making no comments on the case or trying to influence the case.
You know what case, but you're not going to go there.
But what is interesting is that the JLP administration has not only reneged on its support for the Integrity Commission, but many of its parliamentarians have launched an all-out assault against the Integrity Commission and against any initiative which would hold the corrupt accountable. The GLP has abandoned the commitments it made to the Crime Management Oversight Committee, CMOC. It committed to introduce unexplained wealth orders. It committed to introduce body-worn cameras for police. All these things they have moved away from. Suddenly, they don't want accountability. Suddenly. They're not the Minister of National Security said it has no value on operations. He made that statement publicly. He said it has no value, and he's the one who supplied it. And the fact is, it is not being used. It is not being used on operations. It is not being, Indicom made that comment. It is not being used on operations. Right? And this is not an operational decision. It must be a policy. It must be a policy of the Minister of National Security that body-worn cameras are worn. It is he who is responsible to Parliament for the accountability of professional police officers, and he should make it a policy that they use body-worn cameras. And this is not something that professional police officers would be afraid of. In fact, it is a protection for them once they're operating in accordance with the law. So this is not any anti-police thing. This is protecting them, and it is also gaining the trust and the confidence of the citizenry, which is key to sustain success in policing. I want to turn finally to the area of productivity before I conclude. And some might wonder why productivity, making ice in Florida and importing it to Jamaica. The ice boss, though, is afraid I might reach to that. One may wonder why the leader of the opposition coupled citizen security with productivity. But truthfully, productivity is, and competitiveness is the key to growth. Various studies and surveys have identified the top 3 obstacles to competitiveness or productivity as crime, corruption, and the burden of government. And that speaks to burden of government means bureaucratic inefficiency, tax rates, etc. Many developing countries have transformed their productivity, economic growth rates, and development prospects over the last 3 decades. It was just recently brought to my attention by Professor of Sustainable Development at UWI that the BRICS economies now contribute about 35% of world GDP, more than the 30% contributed by the G7 countries, measured at purchasing power parity. If the current trend continues, by 2030, over 50% of world GDP will be generated in countries who only fairly recently, within a couple decades, were classed as developing. However, this shift has left Jamaica behind. For various reasons, a significant one being corruption, Jamaica has not yet been able to achieve or sustain high growth rates. Bold and decisive action is required if Jamaica is going to break out of the low productivity, low growth trap. One important part of this strategy is to produce graduates of tertiary institutions that can increase the productivity and competitiveness of businesses and create new enterprises through greater entrepreneurship. But at present, 70% of Jamaica's workforce has had little formal training or certification once they've left high school. And this is reflected in our low productivity. We need to develop a trained, skilled workforce, certified to international standards, which will help to stimulate investment, employment, and increase national productivity. That is why the opposition has proposed to repurpose the Heart Trust as an institution that funds training and upskilling of the private sector workforce, matching the expenditure of private employers in this area dollar for dollar once they're using a credible training agency. However, any investment in education, training, and research must have a clear strategic focus if it is to have the necessary transformative effect. There is little point, for example, in training graduates to work in industries that are dying, that are in decline, are in their sunset years. One such example that I've raised here before is the bauxite alumina industry, as it's currently configured. It is in secular decline, and Jamaica should be planning an exit with the least damage to the country's finances and to the environment. We should learn from our early examples of the sugar and banana industries, where we were reluctant to accept those industries' inevitable decline. The situation in this bauxite alumina sector is so embarrassing, so humiliating, that questions I asked in December 2023 took almost a year to be responded to by the government. And some parts of the question are still not answered.
That's speed.
What we do know is that one operator, Discovery Bauxite Partners, which is a joint venture between Discovery Bauxite Operations and JBM, they owed $7 million to Petrojam at the time I asked the question, and owed millions more US dollars to mining and haulage contractors and other suppliers. The fact is, the only skin in the game, so to speak, the only real risk equity was from the government and the people of Jamaica. But we're seeing nothing but financial and environmental liabilities in return. So when the answers provided to my questions, we see that Discovery Bauxite Partners, Discovery Bauxite Operations paid nothing for profit sharing, tax, or royalties for 2021, for 2022, nor 2023. Even the asset user fee, which seemed to be the only guaranteed component of the arrangement, supposed to be paid to JBM, that was almost 2 years in arrears with an unpaid balance of 2.7 million US. And this was predictable. I well recall when this arrangement was being proposed in the lower house. The record will show that I and many others predicted this dreadful outcome. Those who negotiated it are guilty of either gross stupidity or corruption. To appreciate the damage this dying industry is still inflicting, one has only to drive through some areas of South Manchester and Southwest St. Ann to view a landscape that looks post-apocalyptic. Mined out pits that have been left without rehabilitation for over a decade. Or go to Yuatan and see the semi-derelict processing plant regularly spewing toxic effluent into the Rio Cobra, contaminating our environment. So what is Jamaica gaining from this dying extractive industry? In 2023-24, we got zero from the income and profit tax from the bauxite alumina companies. This is not just Discovery Bauxite. This is from the bauxite alumina companies. Zero. Year to date, 2024-25, we have also received zero income and profit tax from the bauxite and alumina companies. Last year, 23-24, we were getting less than US $1 million per month from the bauxite levy. Little bit, but at least something. And this year to date, we're getting from the bauxite levy, you want to guess? Zero. Zero. Nada. Nothing. The little insecure employment that Jamaica gets from this industry is not worth the environmental liabilities we're leaving for our grandchildren to pay. And this is the same entity that's being allowed into the area of the cockpit country to potentially destroy one of our most valuable and sensitive ecological areas. Quite frankly, this is irresponsible, and this Parliament must take it up. What we need to do is shift our vision, shift our focus to the strategic industries with a future. And that future just doesn't happen by accident. It has to be planned. So where are these sunrise industries? And without trying to identify, without trying to pick winners, I want to take two industries that would be considered mature in Jamaica, but mature and at a crossroads. One is the business process outsourcing sector. He said various figures, let's assume it employs 50,000 people. I had lunch yesterday with a senior executive, international executive in the BPO sector, one of the biggest employers in Jamaica and elsewhere. And he says by their estimates, employment in the L1 operations, and as I understand it, the L1 are those who are doing basically the call centers. They're doing transactions, they're doing sales, they're doing relatively simple troubleshooting, upselling, that sort of thing. He says that's where most of Jamaica's employment comes from. He said their estimate is that that will decline by 15% per annum worldwide. 15% per annum. Those jobs will be replaced by artificial intelligence. Replaced by artificial intelligence. 15%. He says it is possible to upskill and move up the value chain of those employees, those 15%, but the investment in upskilling has to start now. He says there is no plan coming from this government in terms of how to deal with that. It's like you see a train wreck coming and you do nothing until you're hit. The other area that we need to look at, a mature industry, but which, if it is to become a sunrise industry, we again need to change our approach. As you have said, just counting numbers and bodies that are arriving is not enough. I was in my colleague's second favorite country or favorite country, Barbados, a few days ago. And I'm always amazed at the rates they get at EP hotels for rooms that are certainly not better than the ones we have in Jamaica. But their EP hotel rates get better daily rates than we get for all-inclusive, sometimes almost twice the rates.
I've been quote some
And
per capita GDP. Tell them how come
they don't focus on what I call commodity tourism, where you're just worrying about the bodies coming in. The sun and sand tourism, the commodity tourism. They want a tourist, not that's going to spend $200 or $300 a day, but that's going to spend $1,000 or $2,000 a day. And we need to start adjusting our industry in the context of scarce resources, scarce housing for workers, scarce airline lift, scarce seats. All these are constrained. We should be maximizing the earnings we get from each one. And so these are the things that you don't wait until the industry falls out. You have to start planning for it to ensure. And finally, in terms of being able to make all these transitions, we need to look at the reform of our tertiary education system. Recent tracer studies suggest that around half of our undergraduates and postgraduates who had found employment were working in jobs that were not related or only partially related to their discipline. And that significant majorities were dissatisfied with their salaries, benefits, job security, and opportunities for advancement. This suggests a growing mismatch between the skill sets acquired at university and the market demands for those skills. A university degree used to be the route to a well-paid job, but many university students today owe substantially more than the initial amount of their student loan, which they took 5 to 10 years ago. So, there are examples of people who borrowed $1.5 million for the 4 years in principal to pay for their school fees. 7 years later, after paying $500,000 in payments, they owe now $4 million. This is unsustainable, it is demoralizing, and it causes us to have to re-examine the whole educational system. And it has to undergo extensive reform. So, in moving to the conclusion, instead of telling you what I have told you, I'm going to take a different tack. Because I got a call yesterday from a journalist, and she asked me, she had, no, no. Abka comes from a much older profession. I got a call from a journalist who was asking me about Statin's labor force survey. And they said that the marquee number of 3.5% unemployment seemed good. But what they were asking me about was not the headline figure of 3.5. They were saying the statistic they were concerned about was that 22.2% of our youth, 109,000 individuals, are not engaged in employment, education, or training. 109,000 young people not going to school, not getting any post-secondary training, and unemployed, and not seeking employment. This reflects, I believe, a critical challenge to us as a nation, and it underscores the urgency of addressing the barriers that prevent many young Jamaicans from reaching their potential. The data points to several underlying issues. First, it highlights the structural and systemic barriers to opportunities, including limited access to quality education and vocational training, as well as the mismatch, which I referred to earlier, between the skills young people have and the demands of the labor market. Second, it suggests that economic hardship and social disconnection may be driving many youth away from formal systems of engagement. When young people are excluded from these avenues, their time is often spent in informal or precarious activities. Some may take on irregular work, while others may retreat into idleness, which can lead to feelings of hopelessness. Unfortunately, this connection can make them more vulnerable to negative influences, including criminal activities such as gang involvement. Research has shown a lack of opportunity and social mobility often drives disenfranchised youth into such pathways.
Who's speaking? I thought it was Bunting who was speaking.
Research has shown, you mean you're talking about the person who sang the campaign song for the Prime Minister government badness? Or which one?
Or his name, Bro God.
Or the Bro God Monica? Research has shown that lack of opportunity and social mobility often drives disenfranchised youth into such pathways as they seek a sense of belonging and purpose. To address this, we need a multifaceted approach. This includes expanding access to skills training, apprenticeship programs, fostering greater alignment between the education system and market needs, and investing in social interventions that provide mentorship, psychosocial support, and alternative pathways to success. Additionally, strengthening community-based programs and creating safe spaces where youth can engage in productive activities is vital. This statistic must be seen as a call to action for all stakeholders: government, opposition, private sector, civil society, and communities. Jamaica's youth are a powerful resource, and it is our collective responsibility to ensure they have the tools, opportunities, and support to contribute meaningfully to our society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Bunting. "15 minutes for you, Senator Brown." Senator Lambert Brown.
Thank you, President. I'll prepare a fairly fulsome but not as long as Senator Langmore presentation. I'll seek to cut it as I go along.
Senator Brown, let me assure you that you're at liberty to present.
No, I understand. I understand you're just jiving. But equally, the hour is late. Sir? Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Let me start by thanking all those who have been associated with, those who have appointed me. I told my wife, Linda, I'm going to call your name in this speech. I want to thank you for the 46 years, 46 years of putting up with me. I thank my children and I thank my grandchildren, most importantly, for lending me to the nation and for allowing me to serve Jamaica, land we love. I want to thank Portia Simpson Miller most honorable, for appointing me in 2012 and 2016. I want to thank her for her service to the nation. I want to thank Peter David Phillips, schoolmate of ours, leader of the opposition, who reappointed me in 2020. I want to thank my trade union colleagues all over the country, those in the UAW and all over the country, and the workers, for the confidence they have reposed in me to be their leader. No, come on, I say all over. Well, let me put it this way. It's a long list of those in the BIT who have been close to, including Kawa. I want to thank my Senate colleagues on both sides. We've had tough debates, tough interchange and exchange, but we're still family, and enough respect is due to you. President, last year, when I spoke in the State of the Nation, it was in January of 2024, it's coming so close after my illness and hospitalization, I felt, and I think I said, that would have been my last State of the Nation address. I thought by then, Brogard would have called it. But seems he's too coward to have called it. But this year, my appointment in the Senate expires when he calls it. This year being an election year, and reading Senator Gill, the polls, and feeling the wind of change blowing across the country, it is with a high degree of certainty, high degree of confidence that I can say this is my last State of the Nation in opposition. I believe I speak for all 8 of us on this side in saying what the people are saying, time come. When I continue to serve in this or any other capacity in the future, rest, Mr. President, in the hands of the next Prime Minister of Jamaica, Mark Jefferson Golding. He, Senator Lambert, is a man of the highest integrity. I tell you a little story. You all went to eat Moby Dick, provided meal a while ago. But a couple years ago, Sophia, I think you were there, Flag, you were there, we left the Senate. Mark was a member of the Senate. We went to Moby Dick for curry goat and roti and to drink a red stripe beer. Well, I said to Mark Golding, Mark, he was in the Senate then. You are a future leader of the PNP. You will be Prime Minister one day. Well, first part has been fulfilled. He is the leader of our party and we are proud of him. The next part is coming because time come. Mr. President, this year the country celebrates 50 years of the Labor Relations and Industrial Dispute Act, a bold, a revolutionary break with the past by Michael Manley. Last year, we celebrate 50 years of the Employment Termination and Redundancy Payment Act, another bold move by Michael Manley. I will just say one message to the government. Take your hands off the redundancy money that workers get from those legislation. This senator, this trade unionist, this citizen of Jamaica is opposed to any amendment to take away the right to redundancy payment for the workers of Jamaica. I believe, I know, I have the support of Mark Jefferson Golding that we will not take away the redundancy payment from workers of Jamaica. Mr. President, I also have the commitment of Mark Jefferson Golding that contract workers will be protected by new legislation. That contract workers will be protected by new legislation to avoid the abuse and exploitation that has taken place across the country. So, for those reasons, Mark Golding continue to enjoy my support, and we look forward to him being the next Prime Minister of Jamaica. Senator Gill, when you opened this debate, we appreciated the tone. Your focus on improving the physical and mental welfare of the workers was well appreciated. You spoke, my brother, as a true trade unionist, and I ask you to applaud. I support your call for that wellness. No, come on, I'm a friend long before I know you. Yeah. Before you even born. Mr. President, the recent episode of a firefighter, ex-firefighter, climbing up for the second one to the top of the transport center in Tree should alert us to the real problem in the workplace of mental health issues. Last year in the fire brigade, and we mourned with them, Senator Gill, they lost 13 members of the brigade, dying. Different issues. Big stress on them. And you weren't the only one who talked about wellness. My friend Senator Lambert, she also spoke about wellness. And I say that this is an area that we can work together on across the aisles. Build out programs and policies and legislation. Let's do it. Because time comes for us to work together on those areas that we can agree on. Also, where's my friend, Senator Albin Hill? Senator Hill, you made contribution to the Senate. And I will come back to him, but let me hail my colleagues on my side. Senator Janice Allen, you spoke about the gratuity. Show PNP policy can work, and they will follow back on you when you call for it. Senator Floyd Morris spoke about housing and where the PNP will go when we form the next government. And how can we forget the passionate contribution of the youngest among us, the other Senator Morris, Gabby. Gabby who will rally around. She spoke about the dream. She spoke about the dream and the need to keep the dream alive. Senator Hill, not here, but I prepared this presentation with him in mind. We can agree, Senator Hill, that unless we export more, earn more foreign exchange, we won't be able to get the growth and the prosperity the country so badly needs. Senator Hill is not here, but I have to say to him, to the empty seat, Senator Hill, you're candid enough to say to us that in 2021, our trade deficit stood at 4.4 billion. Floyd, But by 2023, he told us the trade balance, trade deficit is 5.7 billion, a whopping 30% movement in the wrong direction. And of course, Senator Morris, as you said, we didn't, we didn't factor in the importation of ice. Then it is worse now. So, there are areas in which we can work together across the aisles. But President, there are areas of disagreement that came up in the debate. And I want to speak to some of them. Last week, we saw a desperate, despicable, disgraceful, disingenuous, dishonest, and divisive attack on a son of Jamaica, Mark Jefferson Golding. But we understand why. We understand why he was attacked in that way. But, Senator Lambert, we on this side believe that when you go low, we will go high. Every time the PNP has a meeting, we sing a song. It's called Jamaica Rise. And the first stanza goes, the trumpet has sounded, my countrymen all. So awake from your slumber and answer the call. The torch has been lighted. The dawn is at hand. Who joins in the fight for his own native land. Mark Golding, you know he's a good singer. Mark Golding sings that song every PNP meeting. Mark Golding sings the chorus, land of my birth, I pledge to be loyal and faithful true to thee. And Mark Golding also sings the last stanza. Mark Golding also sings the last stanza, which says, in steadfast assurance that God will look down and give us the blessing our efforts to crown. Let us all be united to build by His grace a nobler Jamaica, a loftier race. That is what Mark Golding believes in. A nobler Jamaica, a loftier race. And so, we will go high when you go low. But we understand why. We understand why Mark Golding is being attacked. Mark Golding has been described by the Observer newspaper as a winner, and such man a loser. The polls have showed that Mark Golding-led PNP is 9% in the lead over the JLP. And in fact, the General Secretary of the JLP made the point recently that the JLP, by a friendly pollster, is 12 points behind the PNP. The Mark Golding is being attacked. Mark Golding is being attacked because he has a net favorability rating higher than the leader of the Jamaica Labour Party. Mark Golding is being attacked because his statutory declarations have been certified. Mark Golding is being attacked because he's here to serve, not to scrape. Mark Golding is being attacked because he is not among the 8 parliamentarians being investigated for illicit enrichment. Mark Golding is being attacked because he is not one, trying to get the Constitutional Court to remove from our laws the offense of illicit enrichment. Mark Golden is being attacked because he's the one who moved the motion to bring impeachment against public officers, including parliamentarians who breach the law. Mark Golden, a man of integrity, clean hands and a pure heart. But President, if I was to advise Mark as to how to have responded to Senator Langmore, I would say, no, Pedro, I have to. Pedro, what I would say to the leader of the People's National Party, center the quotation from Luke 6, verse 28. Bless those who curse you. Pray for those who mistreat you. President, Senator Hill spoke about faced with an economy in trouble. He had to try and distract us by talking about ex-convicts at the PNP conference. President, his comments runs counter to the call from his cabinet colleague, Delroy Chuck, to increase the number of expungement of criminal records, including, according to Chuck, those convicted and sentenced for murder. Harbin Hill call runs counter to that. His call also, President, runs counter to the warm embrace of his Minister of Culture, Babsy Grange, the warm embrace she gave to the man that Isaac Buchanan and others successfully got their Privy Council and the Court of Appeal to release. It seems to me the JLP is here talking about out of two sides of their mouths, and that is the definition of hypocrisy. Mr. President, I will not brief. Radam. Mr. President, I will not brief for those people who have been convicted at some point or another. But we should not play politics with the misfortune of others. In 2019, there's a concert at the stadium entitled Long Walk to Freedom by Buju Banton. That concert brought real benefits to Jamaica. People came here. We earned foreign exchange. Buju and berries, whether at Plantation Cove or in Miami, brings to the country foreign exchange earning. And so I said to Senator Hill, Minister responsible for investment, do not condemn the cultural and creative industry because some of them at some point fell afoul of the law. In fact, I say this much, the cultural and creative industry will bring more to Jamaica than the corporate trust companies that he was talking about. Mr. President, in recent time, New Year's Eve, there's a big concert at the stadium, Freedom Street, it was entitled. Freedom Street is reported to have impacted our economy to the tune of between 1.5 and 2 billion dollars. Someone said to me that the former client of my friend, Senator Tavares Finso, was in one night earned more in investment for Jamaica than the ambassador appointed in 26. And now the Minister of Investment has brought to Jamaica in 9 years. In other words, Five Cartel concert has contributed more to our economy than Arbin Hill in 9 years. We should not be too quick to despise others. Because while I do not equate these convicts or ex-convicts with our national heroes, we must bear in mind, President, history should be told 4 of our 7 national heroes were convicted. 4. Of the other 3 president, of the other 3, of the other 3, of the other 3, 1 was charged for manslaughter involving political activities, charged and tried for manslaughter. And that one was Nanny, and it was Norman Manley. So, I close this part by saying to Senator Hill, as a professed Christian, you should know that on that hill in Calvary, where there was an old rugged cross, people there were convicted too. And at least 2 of those convicts went on to paradise. So I said to Senator Hill, and those who are quick to condemn others, bless you, Peter, those who are quick to condemn others, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they have done. Mr. President, I intended to talk about the potholes. And I just simply say this. In Jamaica today, we have to look to find where is the road, because potholes dominate the main roads, dominate the scheme roads, dominate the farm roads, dominate the community road, when you drive now in Jamaica, you have to ask, where is the road? In fact, the potholes are so numerous that this government has had to declare a state of public pothole emergency. Sadly, after 9 years, the Prime Minister blames the opposition for the potholes. I have a message for the Prime Minister. And that is a message sent by the outgoing Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, who once said, anytime a government resorts to blaming the opposition for failure to deliver on their mandate and their responsibility to the people, it is a clear sign that they have accepted that they have outlived their usefulness. End of quote. This is a sound advice from the outgoing Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago to the outgoing Prime Minister of Jamaica. I say, Andrew, heed that call. Andrew, call it, Andrew, call it. Call it, Andrew, call it. Call it, Andrew, call it, and stop blaming opposition. And when you don't blame the opposition, you blame climate change. Mr. President, I want to move quickly. There's more I wanted to say. I want to move quickly to the issue of corruption. Because, President, I went back to look at well, you want to take the extension now, because if that's 3 minutes, you may want to take the extension now.
Yes, thank you. The Senator Gill, the minister not being here, would you please ask for the extension to the Speaker? For your friend, for your big friend, the union friend.
Since the time has elapsed, Mr. President, and the Speaker has not concluded, I ask the Senate to extend him sufficiently for him to complete.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator Gill. Question, ask and put. Continue, please, Senator
President,
Brown.
The government came to power in 2016. And by 2017, they brought a bill to Parliament saying they want to deal with corruption. It happens that that bill was really the work of Mark Golding in 2012. And all the government did was to adopt it. And proof of that is found in the Memorandum of Objects and Reason for that bill, where it says the cognizance of the foregoing in May 2012, an advisory committee was appointed by Minister of Justice, acting on the direction of the Cabinet. So in that bill, they are admitting that Mark Golding was the architect of the Integrity Commission legislation, because the country knows that we suffer from corruption. The polls are saying 65% of our population believes that corruption has gotten worse in the last 5 years. 65%. That is to say, 2 out of every 3 Jamaicans believe that under the Andrew Onis government, corruption has gotten worse. Let that sink in. After all, 8 parliamentarians are under investigation for illicit enrichment, and that includes the Prime Minister. Several ministers of government are to resign or be removed because of corruption allegations. Corruption is depriving our people of a better life. It's depriving them of beds in the hospital. It's depriving them of proper school facilities. It's depriving them of good road to drive on. Corruption is a scourge against our people. No wonder at the prayer breakfast, Mark Golding said, God bless the Integrity Commission. Mr. President, Senator Langmore, when she spoke, put up a slide. I think it was the first slide. And she said, we need the public health sector to be more efficient. Wasn't the first one? But one of the slides that talk about Asia and the need for efficiency in the public sector. Correct. I agree with you. I agree with you. The resources we have now can do better. And let me share with you, Mr. President, and share with the country through the Senate that we are wasting resources. Just recently, a little bird flew by my window and left a package. It says to me that the Bustamante Children's Hospital recently purchased a neuro drill, a drill needed in surgery by neurosurgeons. And the price, we are told that the government of Jamaica paid for that drill. Find the slide, the picture. The picture of the drill. Yeah. The government of Jamaica, through Bustamante Children's Hospital, paid 27 million Jamaican dollars for that drill. Let me go over it. $27 million paid for that drill. When you check on the internet, it's not a Black and Decker. That drill can be had for $32,000 US. I have seen invoice where that said drill was purchased in China at under $14,000 US. President, if I bump up the price of that drill to 50, not 32, not 14,000 US, to 50,000, and multiply that by 160 Jamaican dollars to one, that's 8 million. We are paying 27 million, price of 3 such drills at Bustamante Children's Hospital. We need to know who got that contract. And of course, President, the bird did leave the contractor in the package. $27 million for a drill at Bustamante for neurosurgery. That at the highest price is 8 million Jamaican. We go further, President. When you look at that 27 million and you divide it by 160 Jamaican dollars, that drill was sold at the equivalent of $170,000 US to the government of Jamaica. Wow. And you tell me about efficiency? You tell me about red carpet for the whole library? That could have buy 3 drills. And if you buy from the people who building the children's hospital in Montego Bay, yes, you could have buy probably 10 or more of such drills. Something wrong. Something wrong. And I'm calling on the Integrity Commission to investigate that purchase and whether Jamaica got value for money. And Senator Longmore, you have not risen a point of order. You hear the same thing I hear. You hear the same thing I hear. President? It's all right. I'm fine. I'm fine if you say it's erroneous. I'm fine with that. President, I want to say something that she will say is erroneous too. That at Bustamante Hospital for Children, that is paying $27 million for something that at the most could cost $8 million. There is no microscope to carry out pediatric neurosurgery. There is no microscope to carry out pediatric neurosurgery. There was a case recently in the media, so I'm not going there because I don't want Senator Fitzgerald to jump up on point of order. But what I am told is that much of the tumors that our children face is in the back of the head. And that microscope would help the neurosurgeons to find all the tumor. The absence of that microscope is telling. President, we're spending $27 million to buy a drill from a friend of the political boss. Yet, Bustamante, the only children's hospital in the country, have no CT scan machine. If my granddaughter, our grandson, or your grandson, or your granddaughter, or the children of our people get sick and has to be rushed to Buster, they have to be moved to somewhere like KPH to do a RUE, to do a CT scan. That time of movement is valuable. It's the difference between life and death. Senator Longmore, it's not the money. It's how we look after our friends. $27 million for a drill that we could pay $8 million or less for.
That's not right. That's not right.
And I call again on the Integrity Commission to investigate. I know they're going to tell me, oh, we follow the procurement rules. But the Jamaican taxpayers get value for money. And so, Mr. President, why are we paying $170,000 US for what we could pay between $14,000 and $50,000 US for? It's not right. And if Damian Crawford was here, he would say, what can go so? And the maths, not smart. So, President, I could go on about the health sector. When I listen to Senator Longmore talk about how great the employment is, Senator Longmore, because I know I represent doctors, I know, I mentioned you a lot, man, because you were in the news plenty last week. I want to mention you 10 times. I'm only gone 4. I want you to understand that many of the doctors that Tufton said he would appoint from last year are still without appointment. I know that, so I will not repeat it today. I will have other opportunities to make the points I want to make. But I want to close, President, by saying, this morning, hold on a flight. This morning, senators met with the Integrity Commission. We did so behind closed doors. But one thing is clear from that meeting, just listening to my colleagues, that many of us have received requests for more information from the Integrity Commission from time to time. It's clear to me, President, that those in the society who are subject to the Integrity Commission Act, who feels that they are being targeted, are mistaken. The Integrity Commission is doing their work. They're doing a good job, and we must allow them to continue to do their work without fear or favor. Mr. President, the Auditor General of Jamaica is doing her job. To imply incompetence or malice is unbecoming of those who do that. It can't be the same people who, when Richard Azan built some shops in Spalding to ease the pressure on people, said he would not sit with Azan in the parliament. Hypocrisy, double standard. You will not hear this side saying, ever since 2011, when the Jeep hit them, all of a sudden, Senator Morris, them gone into acronym. Jamaica Emergency Employment Program. Jeep. It hit them. It hit them and left us with 42 seats in that election. So ever since then, they start with this acronym. First, the chairman of the party, their party, come up with something called LADA. You remember that one there? LADA. Then him come up with, yeah. After Jeep lick him come with LADA. I don't remember. Then him come with HOPE, HOPE. Then they come with Aspire. They come with REACH. They come with Spark. And now they come with Speed. Well, President, since I love acronyms so much, I have an acronym to sell them. I have an acronym to sell them. That acronym is RIGHT. RIGHT. So you can borrow it. In fact, I won't sell it. Let's give you. Give it for free. And that acronym RIGHT can be seen in the following terms. Resign, it's going home time. Do the right. Do the right. Resign. It's going home time. So let me see if you get it right. Do the right. Resign. It's going home time. Going home for us too. And Mr. President, as a former colleague of ours, Senator K.D. Knight, said in 2011, I said that to this government, reflecting, slide. I'm on the floor. I say to this government, as my friend and former Senate colleague K.D. Knight said in 2011, it's time to pack your bags and go. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Brown. Senator Gale.
Mr. President, after listening to that, sir, we call for a suspension of the State of the Nation until a date to be fixed.
The question is that the debate on the State of the Nation be suspended for a date to be fixed. Those in favor? Against?
President, I don't believe that we intend to do anything else for today.
No, you need to be a bit more. You need to be a bit more positive. You can't say you don't believe. You have to say something more positive.
Well, after all of that, I'm quite sure. And so we call for an adjournment of the Senate.
No. The question is that the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed. Those in favor? Against? This Honorable Senate now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed.
Thank you all for being a part of this program. Thank you all for being a part of this. Thank you all for coming on to the program. Thank you all for being a part of this program. Join us this evening at 7 p.m. when we'll be having a robust discussion with a Jamaica Labour Party Council and a future member of Parliament for the People's National Party. They will be on the program this evening. So join us this evening at 7 p.m.
When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Make we talk. People.
Audio testing. Join us this evening at 7 p.m. We're having testing. Join us this evening at 7 p.m. We're having testing. Join us this evening at 7 p.m. Join us at 7 p.m. We'll be having a PNP candidate caretaker for Southwest St. Anne, Miss Williams, and also a Jamaica Labour Party councillor for the Duane Park Division will be on our program this evening at 7 p.m. We'll be going to be speaking about what is Miss Williams doing in St. Anne and what Mr. Joseph doing in Duane Park. So join us this evening at 7 p.m. for a live coverage of that as we come on air to speak some more about what is going on.
Our country, Jamaica. So join us then for that as we come live on our program here. As we come live on our program here. Wherever you are listening from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean, join us for a live broadcast this evening. For a live broadcast this evening as we come to you live from join us live this evening at 7 p.m. for a live robust discussion on this platform here. Thank you all very much. Join us then. Have a great afternoon, everyone.